Hello, I am the Ronan Bawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Bawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bawn. There's lots of cat things going on in my life right now. How y'all doing? Welcome in. Nobody in chat. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today we carry on and shut the hell up in Kerbal Space Program. For our first ever, since we restarted the chat, we rebooted is what I'm doing. This is the first week and it's already taken it out of me. We're all screwed. No, we're first Sunday KSP. My plan for right now is to block the microphone with my hand while I adjust it so as to make the audio shittier, just to blend in with everybody else on Twitch. My plan for Sundays is we'll build something crazy, something, right? Slap something weird together and hurrah, huzzah. So, with that in mind, we're actually going to need an entirely new thing because we're going to be doing this in Sandbox where we're not limited by anything, really. We're going to have the actual flag of the Ronin Pawn like we did in On the Career. I think I've fixed that. Hello, Dusky Hydro. Haven't watched a stream since the Cluster Truck days. It's been a long. It's been a while. Well, good to have you here for the first creative build day in Kerbal. So what am I doing? It's creative build day. Is what it is. Difficulty options in sandbox mode. I'm gonna go with normal. So I learned something new today. Whenever you try and start up a Twitch stream, you're filling in your title, but there's also a description that most people probably don't even ever interact with or see. Wow, there's the fully upgraded Space Center, huh? Yeah, that's what she looks like. We are not in our career mode. Alert. I learned something. So you fill out your title and you fill out your description, yeah? And a lot of times, it's actually quite often that you'll find that the description you've written, Twitch has a problem with it. They're not sure if the words that you're using are okay. Today, in the description, the title of the video is building a sub-orbital semi-truck. Huh? Maybe that might be what we're doing today. Huh? See, I'm doing two things at once. I'm telling you a story while I'm also suborbital, and then the description was like, hey, if we can get it orbital, great. But this here pickup truck's gonna need do in order to make it to the moon, kind of a thing. So it's like This here big rig's gonna need new mud flaps if she's gonna get us to the moon, are the words. Twitch didn't like those words. They were very upset with those words. They would not let me start the stream with those words. So I'm like, this here big rig. Okay, well maybe they're seeing some I's and G's and stuff. Okay, fair enough. Maybe we'll just turn that into this here semi, this here truck, something like that. It wasn't big rig. Mud flaps. Okay, well that maybe they're seeing that as an insult to somebody. I'm just saying your mama's got mud flaps. I don't know. So we'll get rid of the mud flaps and we'll change it entirely. It wasn't that either. The word, and it was one word, the word that Twitch had a moral problem with was butt. Not B-U-T-T, B-U-T, but this here big rig's gonna need, etc. The butt, when I just took the butt off and said this here big rig, oh, okay, you're good. What the fuck, Twitch? What the cunting shit tits bitch balls cunt fuck Twitch. I mean, I know you're trying to fucking cock cunt bitch tits. You're trying to make sure that things are nice and safe and friendly, cunt. But it's it's kind of up to me what my content is, isn't it? Once you get past the wall. Yeah, the word butt. But maybe it's because it's but this, and then the space, they take that out and analyze and say B-U-T-T? He's saying butt, and it's almost butt hicks with butt his. What the fuck? So that's my entertainment for the day. That and scraping cats for fleas has been my entertainment for the day. Welcome to the creative build. I swear we're going to actually do it. But, the word but, Twitch has a problem with. Relatively self-explanatory day. I don't even know how to reach the description. Yeah, nobody even sees the damn thing, and I have to spend all this time trying to figure out, oh, you're opposed to conjunctive preposition. What? I don't even know what a but is. Is it an article? Parking a big rig on the moon. That would be cool, right? Squilly Joe, hello. Reading the entire dictionary in an hour. Twitch, change that to dictionary and we all good. Yeah, you gotta take the dick out of dictionary. And the butt out of but this. Okay, sure. So, my thought for today for the creative build was in honor of there are two games that I'm pretty good at speedrunning, right? This is one of them, Kerbal Space Program. I currently hold 3 world records in KSP for Tech Tree Unlock Career Mode, Landing All Planets, and 100% Science Mode. And 2 of those are because no one else has bothered to run them. But I'm quite proud, and maybe actually all 3 of them, I don't know. But I am quite proud of the Tech Tree Unlock Career Mode. It involves a lot of money laundering and things, and yeah. Yes, I quite like that one. But so I've got 3 world records there. In Cluster Truck, though, as a speedrunner, I am actually a super moderator on the Cluster Truck leaderboard, speedrun.com, and have my highest ranking ever was, I'm pretty sure at one point I'm sure that at one point I took 2nd rank in knowability, and the gap to getting world record in knowability was 9-7. It's always fucking 9-7 for a moment, and now it's taken off, it's run away on me, and I don't have as much interest to do it. But 2nd rank in knowability in any percent, I once held 5th rank. I've set a whole bunch of different world records and evolved the game in terms of the segments and individual levels. We have a it's not really we, but Noah, amongst some other people, are running a Cluster Truck Extensions category where it's got every single level as an individual level. There I hold currently 40-some or 39 or something like that world records in the fastest delivery of an individual level in the game ever. So lots of world records in terms of segments, individual levels. Closest I ever got to a main game world record in my main category, knowability, was 2nd rank. In honor of the 2 games that I speed run well, because we've done Minecraft and we've done Super Mario 64 Randomizer, and in honor of the 2 games that I speed run well, we're going to mash them together and we're going to try and make a pickup truck, but one that flies, is my thought. Wait, do you still play it? Do I still play Cluster? I haven't played Cluster Truck in 2-3 months, I think. 9-7 and the fight over just this one level, this one son of a bitching level that you get all the way through a run, and you've all the time save and the amazing things that you get. Your 3 levels, 2 levels, 9-7, 9-8, 9-9. Your 3 levels at the beginning of 9-7 from the end of the game, and it's just this one son of a bitch of a level that, without doing like a pause boost, pause bounce strat, I could never figure out. I've spent years of my life in 9-7 looking for a consistent route, and all I've found are routes that are, in my delivery, like 50-50 best. And you can only miss that 50-50 twice. On a level that's 24 seconds long, on average kind of thing, about 24 seconds long. You can only miss it twice, and then you've lost an entire half hour's worth of time save that you've been building across all of the other levels. And it was just, there's a hole in my wall over there because of 9-7. So, yeah, it drove me away. But in honor of the game that drove me away, what the hell is this? There are parts in here I've not seen before, and all of these models are new to me because they are from the Restock package? Restock? Is this a telescope or something? What am I looking at here? It's a... that's what I pulled. The Moho Transfer Module houses a control core and a generously sized xenon tank, perfect for transporting large scientific payloads anywhere where large amounts of delta V are required at extremely slow acceleration with xenon, I presume. Okay. Yeah, that's something that wasn't there before. What's it? MPO probe? What do you got there? What? Is this the... Okay, before I read the description, this is looking to me like the magic microwave box. Is this the magical microwave box? And why does it have a speaker on it? Is that how it's it's moving itself by the power of audio in a vacuum? What is this one? But doesn't it look like the magic microwave box? The idea that in the right shaped chamber there was some, row last year or the year before. Maybe it was 2019 or something, or maybe it was even 2018. But a bit of a row because somebody said that they were able to generate small amounts of forward thrust by projecting microwaves into a sealed chamber with a particularly unique shape. That what their claim was that it was imparting more energy on one side of the box than it was on the other, and that was creating forward momentum. And the thing was, it sounds like stupid, from like a certain physics standpoint kind of a thing, but the thing was there were multiple labs who had tested it, and they were going, yeah, it actually does appear to make forward. Now, they weren't testing it in, a vacuum, they were testing it in a lab kind of thing. But so there was a big row over that. Is that what the MPO probe is? Moho Planetary Observer combines the function of many parts in one to help make sure the searing heat of its primary mission target is distributed and dissipated without harming its critical control. No, not at all. This isn't anything that makes thrust. It's just a probe core, obviously, because it's in this section. But I saw it and I got excited. Whatever happened to that? Does anybody in chat know whatever came of the magical microwave box? Like, did we get a strong definitive answer? There were all kinds of people who didn't actually, test it, who were saying, it's probably just this, it's hard in a non-vacuum. Even when you're trying to create your own vacuum, you can't, and then the sensors are... There was a lot of people saying shit, but there were like 2 properly equipped labs who had studied the thing and said, we don't completely understand why, but it does seem to be making forward thrust. Did it just sort of go away because there were so many haters, or did somebody actually do the tests and find out? Because in this day and age, if there are enough haters, then it just goes away. When I said I haven't caught a stream since the Cluster Truck days, I was referring to maybe 1 or 2 years back. Oh, well, it's been, yes, I've more recently than that anyway. Ooh, look at how shiny the Hex 2 is in Restock. And with a nice, probably completely fake reflection map, but ooh, I like it. And it's got a vent. Yes, that's nice. What are you doing? Weren't you going to build a pickup truck? Yeah, we're getting there. I'm just ogling. It works, and we've been to other planets, says BioRoots Kerm. Good to have an alien in chat. Nice to have you here. So the microwave thing, if you just make the shape right, apparently does. See, this guy's an alien. He's interplanetary. He knows. Trust him. Have you been to Facebook yet? They'll believe you. Thank you, BioRoots Kerman. And thank you to Drip God Henry with a first-time subscription. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. You'll be receiving 3 inches in the mail. It comes with air conditioning. Yes, so big pickup truck. Where do we even start with this? You know, like let's why can't I do the command seat? Because you can't start with the command seat, right? Structural part. Give me a that's not structural part. Give me a big long. Yeah, big long. What do you want? What do you want, Daddy? A big long I-beam, not a pocket I-beam, a serious I-beam. Where did you put it? Oh, there it is. It's just kind of gray and small and hard. So give me an I-beam just to plop some things down. Concerns for building something like this. If it's going to be like a boxy structure, it's all going to be one vehicle kind of a thing. Your issue is going to be creating stability because, you know, stability starts in Kerbal Space Program out from the root part, and then you build out, and there's less and less stability as you go, kind of a deal. So whenever you're trying to build something that's like a box or something like that, and you go up and then you go over, and you have to like connect them with docking ports, which is now possible. I remember that being a thing where you can have docking ports that actually function on the same vessel to hold to one another, which is good. But it's a bit of a weird deal, so you kind of want to start from the center of your craft or wherever you need the, you know, structure to be. Impossible Drive, if I recall, in March 2021, physicists at the Dresden University of Technology published 3 papers claiming that all results showing thrust were false positives explained by outside forces. Excellent. We at least got an answer on it, because it certainly seemed like... But if all of the microwaves are in the box and they're bouncing around off the sides of the box, then the energy would have to be equally distributed. You know, it's like trying to control heat through a solid object and say, no, we can make all the heat go one direction. No, it's chaotic. It goes in all directions at once, negating all directionality of it. So, yeah, it seemed unrealistic, but 2 labs had done the work and said, it looks like it. Apparently they were running the air conditioner in the lab and it was blowing on the thing and it was swaying from the rope, and that made it look like I'm just making things up now. Sorry, could you just catch that last message? Dusk Hydro. Never thought anything about this game. I play other space exploration, like Elite Dangerous, one of the best games of all time. Would you recommend this game? Kerbal? I wouldn't recommend Elite Dangerous, so we're probably on different pages. Elite Dangerous, incredibly... it looks so much better than the gameplay was. Maybe they fixed it the way that they claim that they fixed, you know, a lot of space games and things over time, but my god, the lack of balancing in Elite Dangerous, the grind and boredom of chasing down pirates and then getting 6 out of the 7 that you need, and then the 7th doesn't appear for like a half an hour, and you've been doing this for 2 hours, and now the mission has failed, and you've just wasted all of your time, and yeah, Elite, I had a great hope for it, and it did not pan out for me. In terms of Kerbal Space Program, massive limitations as well. but you bring your own fun. It's Lego with space parts. What do I recommend it. I'll recommend it. You can, whatever it is that it doesn't do, you can mod it in, kind of, half of it, and then it'll crash a lot. When I tried to start it up today, I just started it up, and like I clicked out of the window in order to manage some live stream stuff, came back to the window, clicked on it again, just crashed. Well, it was booting up. That's Kerbal for you. What did you want to do, Paul? I don't know, we're like, how long? 20 minutes, alright, I've wasted 20 minutes of your time. That is the correct amount of time to waste. What did you want to look into, Mr. Ronan Pawn? I want to put something down just that I could put a seat on. Because the seat gives me an idea of what this is going to be in terms of size relative to a Kerbal. I would like to build this with a size that is relative to a Kerbal. Another thing that I'm interested in is what is the size of this massive friggin' fuel tank. Because what I would like to build is a semi-truck that can hold one of these FLT 800s. Yeah, FLT 800 fuel tanks in its back, and then you can use that for fuel to, you know, get a place, if you can get a place with it, and then release it from the truck, and then it's gone. So, yeah, this is looking viable in terms of, and the thing is, this, whatever we start with in terms of design is going to be completely thrown away several times, probably, along the way of me getting there, because just necessarily. But so if we've got like the semi-truck cab up here, and then we've got the box part of the truck here, I feel like there's actually more length to be had out of this before it's the length of a semi-truck. Give me one of those those little mini beams, and that, I think that's probably the length of yeah, I could believe that if I really needed to, you know, if I were desperate, and I am. So if I take this and flip it over, just to get something attached there for, you know, sizing and scaling and things, and then move you back, again, cab doesn't have to be, none of it has to be conventional, you know, I don't need it to look exactly like, I would like it to, but I'm not going to spend my time making it look. I might spend my time. I don't want to spend my time making it look right. That would be great because that's room for more fuel, more LFO, and we have the possibility of being able to put just liquid fuel in here for a plane stage, fly the thing more like a SSTO, at least at the beginning, and then overwhelm it with LFO kind of properties. But I'll show you kind of what basic image I had in my head if we can get there. What kind of wing connector? Oh, you are not huge. Sort these by mass so that I can see what's big by the weight of it. You got one of those that goes on the other direction? Please, for the love of God. There you go. So, let's see. If we start with, like, the sides, and we're using wings. Like, actually, let's start with the top. So, the top would be better done with the other piece pawn. Okay. So, if I could just figure out which direction it wants me to turn it. So, we make, like, the top of the semi-truck, like so. Yeah. And then bring it down, bring it up a bit. Just sketching right now in 3 dimensions with parts is what we're doing. Do you have a sort of half, but still the same? Yes, you do. Now, if I use snapping on that, we get close to snapping. Then if you go to 2, to the move tool, which is 2 on a keyboard, and then in snapping mode, grab it, it will snap to the actual, like, center connective point. And then you can know that these things are properly aligned, move them into where you want them. So that would get us sort of the length that we're looking for. And then what I'm looking for would be not you, but the other one. It should be you, attached to that. Again, we'll use snapping in order to get it on one angle correct. And then the move tool to snap it to actual center. No, see now, you want these on either side. You can go into that mode, again, snapping it like that, pulling it into a nice place or something, but then, obviously, rotating down, pulling out, and seeing what kind of sizing and spacing we've got. That's not bad. That's already not bad. Do you have a half size that is also the correct, like, angle? I guess it doesn't need to be, does it? Because it's going to be attaching to these instead. So again, like that. And then bit of snapping. That should be dead center. And actually, yeah, the distance and everything looked okay. Looking nasty though with that back edge. I might. Do they have a half-size one that's on a different angle like they do for the big guys? Because this is the one that we just pulled up, the wing connector type C. So I'm going to guess that the answer to my question is no. You know, then you can mod it in. It's always the answer for everything. We also have the type E's and type D's. You attach like that, so I presume the D attaches like that. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you gotta get that D. But yeah, that's ugly. The other way that I would consider doing this would be to just force it to be where I want it to be. And that's no longer. Now I'm just gonna have to eyeball getting them aligned. And then if I pull you out, put you back in. So that gets us a box, a decent looking box out of there. And again, this is all just sketching. Do not commit to any of this, because it's very much just sketching. In fact, for this, the back doors might want to be elevons, because what I'm thinking in my head in the long run is robotic parts that lift these sides out to turn them into wings in order to do that SSTO kind of a concept for this semi-truckish sort of a thing. Let's see. Did you do axe combat, though? I just played in Elite Dangerous, I just played it with missions and with friends online, or at least tried to. When they first launched it, you actually couldn't really meet up with your friends online. They said that you could, but you couldn't. It was... there was no way to like make sure that you'd land in the same server, and then there was no radar system where you could actually tell where your friend was. There was no fly in a wing mode. You know, like that was part of their like next big release. It's like, you didn't release this massively multiplayer online game with the ability to play with friends? They pissed me off. You can't alt-tab when it boot. Yeah, at a certain point, right at the end of the boot, if you're out of it and then you click back into it, KSP just dies. Anti-Xeno combat is what saved the game for me. It will crash for sure. Did you do anti-Thargold combat? I don't know. I don't know what any of those things are. I bought it, well, actually, people bought it for me. The moment that it was being released, and at the moment that it was being released, it was a mess. Bit of a mess. And then I tried to come back to it, and, you know, the problems still like existed there with the entire imbalance of the contract system and the wasting of players' time and the inability, like, if I take a mission and I'm supposed to get pirates in a certain sector or something like that, and I have to like log off and go live my life, maybe pause the mission. It's my mission. I collected it. You know, they're so my perspective on it was that they were so dedicated to their in-game economy, you know, to like making the world hold together in terms of, well, the missions are real missions and there's only so many missions, there's so many pirates to get out there, and so we're only going to give out so many missions and everything like that. They undermined the premise of, you know, fun in a game. For me, anyway. So do I have any, like, flaps that are just straight flaps? These are going to be way too small for what we would want. I mean, we could live with it anyway. Because, what, do they have bigger flaps? Like, even if they were at weird angles and things that I could maybe make work. Is that a bigger, that's a bigger flap. When they're closed, they will always provide some kind of resistance to things. But damn if it doesn't look cool when they're not closed. Huh? Huh? Give me that just in case I was, you know, off the snap kind of center thing, and then like this. And then yeah, you'll never be closed at the top either. Again, really just sketching here. Deploy angle? Is this gonna change for anything? No? So that's not where I can deploy extended, retracted, extended, and then if I adjust the deploy angle? Okay. So authority limiter, no authority limiter. Is that, what are we talking about in terms of, like, can I get more deployment on this? And it doesn't look like I can, which would mean that they would also have to be roboticized parts, which I have not played enough with to have any confidence in. Let's just, for now, close them up like that. I think I went one tick too far. It's just sketching. It's just ideas, is all it is. So is everything attached to that? Yes, which means that I could come to the back. Well, I could watch the back and then drag forward with no snapping. Yeah, that one... Like, if I made it to be that long... It's like, this guy's a little bit too much. What we could do, though, is just... slurp him up into the other one. And then we'd have a length that's reasonable. Don't want to do, like, a pivoted axle system between the front and the back. It's a mess. It's difficult, and it's a mess. And it's a difficult mess, is what it is. I remember using prop blades, not these, but like helicopter blades, for a lot of stuff. Because there's a lot, they're very good structural deals. So I wonder if that's, I'll keep that in mind as we go forward. If we were going to, oh goodness, if we were going to have this be something that flies on L and not, you know, LF and not just LFO, liquid fuel, a plane, you know, with a jet engine on the back of it, then we'd want one of those. And it's making the front end already kind of look like something. I wonder if the game's going to be able to detect if I actually pretty much just entirely block it. Also love the idea of the pilot just sitting in there and what else would go into the fan shroud? What do you get? Okay, it's just a smaller sort of a thing. But that would give us some air input for, you know, this is a shockingly small vessel so far is what we're looking at. Do you want to have a bottom to it? I could have a faux bottom. Faux bottom? Faux bottom. Forget about them. If I were to rip you off, duplicate you, put you down. Actually, is there a mirror mode where I could get that on? But no, because you want this on the bottom of that. So just one of them, snapping, put it on. Wow, that's, how did I manage to pretty much put it in exactly the right place? Because you're awesome and epic. Oh, right! Sometimes I forget. So then back to you. Line you back up. And put two though, with on both sides. Come up however you think it'll look nice. And we got ourselves a weird boxer. And I've lifted this just so it's not even touching anything, right? Up there? So we'd want to, you know, actually give it connective points and things like that. We're getting a box. I don't, you know, I'm kind of a big fan of that profile. To build something that's more actual cockpity, and that maybe even has some aerodynamic properties to it. What kind of pods do we have instead of just having that? I mean, the lander can would give us a nice boxy front to it. I could put it on like that. I could put it on like that. And then give it like a nose cone or something, aerodynamics-wise. And then take this and do that. And then hope the game forgets. Oh no, the window's in the other direction. So if you're like that, which this side up. Which is this side up on this side? Presumably that's the top, that's the bottom. So, yeah, there's your idea, is to have a windshield for the truck. I don't know how much effort I want to put into making it truly look like a truck is the thing, as of yet. And I wonder, as always, whether or not we can actually get airflow to this thing if I block it by weird parts. Kerbal's never been that great at figuring out what is and isn't occluded aerodynamically, so kind of one of the rare instances where I'm hoping that it can't figure it out. If I just got rid of that, because it's getting in the way, And I really liked the profile of that. Hey, now we're getting somewhere. Where does that end? Ooh, yeah. I'm not hating it. He'd never be able to... You couldn't get out of this truck. There's no exit as it's made. But I'm not hating what I'm seeing. Robotic parts turning the side flaps into wings would be very cool, if practical. I'm guessing the game often still allows things to work despite the rotation of it. It allows things to work, and that probably shouldn't, and makes things not work that absolutely should. It's got all of those going. What else? Air brakes are a nice part to have, and they make for some fancy looking, you know, decoration. We're just sketching. It's a sketch. It's gonna change into something that's not just a sketch. Eventually, maybe. But you gotta start with a sketch. Oh my god. They actually fit back there. It's not... oh, damn it. I didn't want you to snap. I turned snapping on instead of making sure that it was off, which was my goal. Now, that would mean that the air brakes couldn't actually be used without penetrating, you know, through that part of the model. Also be kind of in the wrong direction for being used, but let's not worry about that. We're just sketching, because we're just sketching. That's as I have many a time said already. And will you spin in the direction that I'm thinking? So I do have 2 on there. Put you there. Take the snap back off. You know, we want this thing to be drivable on the ground as well. I'm getting rid of the Princess Leia ears or whatever. Yeah, and even these also. What have we got in terms of small wing things? You like that. Okay. And there are 2 in there. Which fucking direction do you want me to do the thing? I can make something look absolutely gorgeous. This is not that yet. We'll see how close we get to that, or anything else. Alright, let's slap some wheels on it. Take it out. What kind of wheels will we have? Rovmax. Ooh. Rovmax, these are a reasonably sized wheel. Somewhat, kind of, half, almost. If I were to put you on the center... like that, and then make sure you're in the correct direction. Some snapping. Not awful yet. Ooh, yeah. And I don't mind this being a little bit penetraty. That's not bad. Could use a little bit more ground clearance, I'd say. And then, really, this thing would have to come back off so that I could get a similar wheel construct out of other stuff. So, how many wheels do we want this thing to have? I'm gonna say less than 18. Let's start with 2 in the front and 2 in the back and go from there. What do you think? Am I crazy? Maybe. Which way is up here? Were you on up? I'm having a little bit of trouble finding what I'm trying to look at. First time building the plane hangar in quite a while. Okay. Yeah. Down to there. Is that down enough? Is that... See, what I really should have is, like, these if I can have them snap to a point. Because then I could... Okay. Then I could do the same back here. And have confidence that we're at the same level. So, can you go down any further? No, I think that would be the same level then. Snapping off, pull you out. You can't get outside penetrating those wings. I mean, what they need is like a mounting point. And yes, they can get outside if I hold down shift, and then I can do whatever the hell I want with any part. But they just need a mounting point, which is a good idea for wheels, just generally, and then I can make them exactly the same every time. So, some kind of mount. What do we got structurally? Octagonal strut, cubic octagonal. These are the lowest weight parts. We've got it sorted by mass right now. Grip pads. Grip strips. Let's try with just a cubic octagonal, just the one. That. Snapped. Pulled to a point like that. And then the wheels. Two of them. Snap to there. Snapping again. Are you in the center of those? You are. And then I can lower you significantly. Yeah, but I do want you to actually be touching, would be a cool thing. So I would like you to be there. And then if the wheels can come out to a point where they're not quite penetrating the wing, or maybe just penetrating the wing, and still look like they're a bit attached underneath here. Don't make an adjustment there, because you're going with a snap. Don't have to at this point, Pawn. Yeah, I suppose I don't have to. I could also just tuck the wheels up under the body, which would be more akin to what's actually going on in a truck of this kind. Let's look at that. I don't think it's a good idea, but let's look at it. Pull you in again, all the way down. Now you're on the inside of those wings. It looks kind of right. They're certainly low. Certainly low. That's how it feels to me anyway. I don't know how much inner I want to take them. Okay, and then grab you, drag the whole thing forward, and we could have ourselves a bit of a wheel mount system. It's just going to make it very top-heavy and easy to flip, which will only make for more fun when we start flipping it. We can get right down to it, so give me that. I'd like another one. And just the one, with a bit of snap. Pretty much anywhere, and we've got exactly the same, not quite, height. Why is it not quite the same exact height? Because you should be, let's do a snap grab there, and a snap grab here, and now you'll be at the same height. See, that's what we're looking for. If I pull you back, 2 in the rear, 1 up front. I could get behind that as a premise. And we'll use, of course, the same mounting thing. In fact, I might just get rid of this wing for... Oh, just set it aside for now. It's fine. Get rid of you guys. Grab that mounting structure again. With a bit of snapping. Do that. Grab it. Pull it down. Now you're same exact level as the other wheels. And then see how far forward we can go with that. Go all the way out to there. Go all the way out to there. Where does it look natural-ish? I mean, it's not looking that pickup trucky yet. Looking a little pickup trucky. I got rid of you. Fuck those wings. It looks better like raw, actually. I think, anyway. Give me you again, because I'm thinking center to that might be the place to have those. Could have another 2 that are back here, but Maybe I'll just... What? What are you doing? Let's quit searching for things. Nobody asked you to do that. And we won't have an under mount there. Don't need you. I just want to get to the point where I've got something that I can test. So, we've got a mass, center of mass, center of aerodynamics. Going to be quite a bit higher than the center of mass. Yeah. And that's only going to continue to be an issue as these turn into wings that rotate up. But we'll work with that when we get there. Can I see if this thing rolls and runs? Like, do we need any extra electric resources for this? What do you got in there for EC? You got 50, just 50. Let's put a nice big battery behind all of this, in front of you. Weird. But alright, nice big battery on there. That should allow me to put it out on the pad and drive it around, potentially. Let's have Bob drive it. We're just driving around. We don't need a pilot. 9.9 tons. These wheels be able to handle it on the runway. Let's put it out there and find out. Will you ever speed run this against World Night Star? I might. I might get interested in doing the speed run again. I would certainly like to have a look at career mode. Career mode again. So if I get into the cockpit with him, he's a little bit... He needs to lower his chair because I can't really see what's going on. But we're the correct direction up. We can build a little bit of speed. Yeah, it'd be nice if this was... semi-trucks don't usually feel like you're scraping the ground when you're sitting in them. Quite the opposite has been my experience. Back to the outside. I haven't done any, removing any of these from anything. So if steering is no longer enabled. Steering is no longer enabled. If I turn to the right, if I turn to the left, yeah. I did say something about this is probably going to be, with these wheels, the wheelbase being this close, probably not going to be the stablest of things. I do like the rock that it's got, though. It is rocking. Do I have any reading off of the effective airspeed? Is 30 meters per second. Well, we're doing 20 meters per second. Flow of 18U. Status is nominal. It seems like we're probably actually getting, proper airflow through there. And if we tried to turn too hard, yeah, we would definitely turn right the hell over on ourselves, which we don't want. But, it's not really meant to be driven as much as it's meant to be flown. It will be driven, and to look the part, which it doesn't yet. It does to some extent. You guys, deploy angle. Okay, that's wrong. Okay, so out. It doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna get it to the end of this and Dukes a Hazard it. Is my idea right now. So step on the gas, Bob. Why? The end of the runway is coming up. Yeah, well, these people paid to see some explosions. Or just an epic, Duke Boys moment. Okay, that's... Okay, you give... Oh, these Duke Boys are... And the core vehicle survives. Exactly as we were looking for there. And Bob Kerman, you have never looked more like Bob Kerman, I think. Will you step off? Step off, kid. And then take that helmet off. I'm loving the head that you've selected for yourselves. Where's the... Remove the helmet. There you go. Is that not Bob Kerman? Isn't that not the hero of the science wing, I guess? We should have brought Bill out. What am I bringing Bob out for? You don't look like anybody. Get away from me. Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't, it works for the one thing. Go ahead and revert back to the spaceplane hangar. Alright, so rolling seems to work. It also looks like we can get air intake from that guy. I have currently built everything off of you. That's a bad idea. Let's see if I can't get this to come away from you, because what we'd really want is for the... Wow, and that's all built off of that as well. Yes, because you're working from the center out, aren't you? And this is the main structural piece, is that one right there. Alright, let's rip that off, and then do away with all of you, at least momentarily. It would be very nice if you could get out of the damn ship. Wouldn't that be handy? We want docking ports and things. Docking port junior. We're not sorting by mass anymore. Sort by mass. Let me look at the junior. Alright, so if we have a regular docking port. And then with you, I would love it if there was the possibility that we could build this in a way that you could maybe be able to get out of it. And right there, the door just might have the clearance to be able to do it. And also that gives the tires more clearance, so I like that. So what we want is something that we can build the docking port off of. Something lightweight and structural, but that, you know, makes some small amount of sense would be helpful. What's this adapter looking like? It's not a surface mount part, so it doesn't matter. You're not a surface mount part. I hate to just use octagonal strut for, like, everything. Especially since it's not really the correct size. The modular girder segment is ridiculously weighted. Very heavy. But doesn't necessarily not make sense in this instance to have. Or a strong point to build off of. Can I have that docking port that's inside of you? Because what I wanted to do was... Alright, there's too many things that aren't real in my way right now. So what I wanted was... Docking port, yeah, just wedge it in there at a weird... Oh, good, rip the whole thing off, thank you. No, with the... I'm over the one part, not the other one. Thanks. I gotta flip that around. And now the docking port is in a place. Anyway. And we would... Oh, conveniently, I just flipped it right over. Do something like that. And that would allow us to be able to, like, get rid of whatever we're hauling. So this is already too much liquid fuel. The higher I put that, the worse our center of mass is going to be. Alternatively, I could make it go from there. I think this would be cooler, actually. So we'll just get that real close. Real close. In fact, we'll make it set on it. No, you don't want to set on it, because then when you release it, if you ever release it, it's going to go cracking physics on you. Yeah. So yeah, we can see that now that is a reasonable size. You're not going to be parts that can just attach to surface either. But I think that's going to be okay, especially if I were to do that, and then I do get that space back. So I'm building off of this, but then I'm embedding it. That's an idea. The other idea would be I attach you to there. And then I force you into the place where I want you to be. Okay, well that's your... You want to bring that with you. So... You down. I mean, we could go full on truckity truck. I could also merge a couple of things together, couple of these together in order to make for a wider profile for this cap. Let me have a look at that. Kind of hate the idea, and kind of don't. In fact, let's make you a separate part. Let's have you snap onto the back of that, and then maybe I am going to go ahead and say fuck it and do it like this. Should improve actually the aerodynamics of the thing. If you do it like that, Pawn, yes, then you can't do the double. Isn't that the case, though? What if I could do the double, though? What if I could? Because I could turn them over on their sides, and then that would be, it's a completely different, like, aesthetic. Reminds you of a young Ronin pawn, maybe. What does? The penis shape of the... Yeah, back when it worked... What did you mean? Structural again, right? So structural, and then a two-goer? FL, no. Where's the one that adapts into two? It's a stack bicoupler. If you guys were like that. It's getting crazy. I'm not sure that I like it. I'm not sure that I don't like it either, because that's... It ain't quite right, but... It ain't quite wrong either. That... I mean, it's got a good front-facing profile. It's got a weird-ass side profile and gets a lot wider like that. Maybe when the top's on, and this is definitely not where the top's gonna be, but let's, or how it's gonna be mounted, but if I can just get you straight up and down, drag you in, it's almost the right width. I think it's undermining the semi-truckness of it now. Were I to take you guys, my original thought was to have these guys both upright and actually like up, merged together, and get that whole, you know, truck thing going. And get the advantage of two of them, but you'd also get the look. I'm not liking any of that, is what I found out. Like, I kind of like the side deal. Actually, if I did that, and then had you like so. So you got a bit of that going on, and then for this one, say we put something aerodynamic on the front of it. I'm also kind of thinking, you know, in the back of my mind, or as I'm working here, I'm also thinking in terms of, like, tricking the game into allowing something as ridiculous as this to fly without significant aerodynamic difficulties. Yeah, it's looking awesome, awesomer and awesomer as you go. In other words, don't, like, stop doing that. It's not good. Let's, lower you back down. Maybe even a little bit further. Lift this up. Forward. So now we're attached to a different part now, so there's that. Let's just take this out and drive it around for a second, because we've made some interesting changes to it, and I like to see it roll. Bob? No. Bill. Bill's our man. If he can't do it, probably we can get somebody else who's more skilled. Alright, so we should have less weight now, because we're not carrying the second of the LFO tanks there. Bill, you look like young Bill. You look like a, I don't know, an alternate timeline Bill to my eyes. Like, you should be a little bit more injured. Okay, here, what's going on? No! No!
Opening new position.
Fuck.
Opening new position.
Yeah.
Sir, the market has breached our buy-in threshold. I've just placed an order on your behalf at $4,134.79.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't have
And
done
I'm
that.
entering a temporary stop loss to hold us over until the next candle turn.
Cool.
I'll let you know when that turn comes.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck, good luck.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of hope
Entering
for that.
hold mode.
Hope you get up to the recoup price. All right. Well, that's my auto trader talking to me. This was a program I wrote to lose money for me on a regular basis, and it's doing that job very well. Just what?
Hold mode entered.
Wow, that was quick.
Just a quick update, sir.
Yes.
We've closed the first candle of our new position and I've now set our true stop loss at $4,103.42. I will continue to keep you apprised.
Okay.
Stop loss price updated.
Sure. Let's just have truck Mark 1. We've blown it up a couple of different ways. It does technically drive. Kind of sucks. Truck Mark 1 in case game crash kind of a thing. You kind of getting in my way, but you do want that. You know, don't I? Don't I want? What else have we got that could do the job? It's not something that would potentially do the job. Can we maybe give it some extra SAS? Okay, that's a bit extra. So that will help to, and then you see, maybe. So we've got SAS, we've got electricity, and then we've got this, and then Jeb can't actually step out of the craft anymore. Yeah, that is all right. So maybe not with that. We don't need the SAS. We probably use the SAS. Jeb, fuck Jeb. Who you making things for Jeb? Don't worry about Jeb. Jeb can worry about Jeb. I don't think you're gonna manage to make it so that he can get out of this craft that way. Can they get out on the top? Is that possible? It can get the job, but can it do the job? He can get the job, but can he? What do we, do it back this way. I'm just looking at the length of everything. So if I grab you again, still sketching, really, when you get down to it, and then like pull you forward a bit. Like, where are we coming to the point, the end of that? Yeah. So we probably want it about there. Okay. Let's take this and put them out into wing mode. Again, this is not how this would all be put together, but let's, like, not even, well, alright, with the flaps, drop some flaps on there, apparently. Okay. So that's in wing mode. If I were to... Son of a bitch, that's your problem. Is this needs to be attached by not that. And you've just been doing it because it's convenient right now. But you need a solution for that isn't stupid. Oh, that's not stupid. I wish you would have told me a minute ago. So, you're attached to there. We've got the... whatever it is embedded right in there. So, were I to... what? I need something else structural that I could put on. I just hate, like, putting extra weight on here for no particular purpose. If I were to cubic octagonal strut it... Oh, you're inside of there now. So that would get it up to that level. And then I could theoretically attach this to that. Okay, but not two of them, just the one will do, thanks. And we've got snapping on. And we'll snap it to actual center again. And then just look at where everything's coming to the ends of things. That's still about the right place. It's just got a 1 weak connection point. So that's cool. But I told you this is sort of the issue. You'd want it like dead in the middle if you could have it anywhere, but it's always going to be an issue. Go to double wings, double lift, double up, double up. Just embed the wings in the wings. So if I then like replaced you with just LF, with just liquid fuel, which should be lighter. Oh, well, we're not sorting by mass anymore. So there's just liquid fuel in a very small container. There's liquid fuel in the usual size container. Put 2 of you in there, and then some kind of plane jet engine on the back of it. The Juno's too small, right? Yeah, that's the small one. The Weasley turbo. Oh, that would actually work for it to be able to like go out the space between these when they collapse back into one another as well. Something could be coming together, you don't know. The engine needs to not actually be connected to the that though. You know though? The that though, you know though? Like, alright, so were I to take this, Jesus, now we're going crazy, right? As though we weren't here before. And I did something like that, and then I ripped you off, threw you away. I moved this the fuck out my way. What am I looking at here? What do you got? See, there's that. Get the engine out of there. Pull you off. Pull you off. Well, no, but don't pull that off. Because the idea... I just wanted to have the exact same height on this unit. I mean, for emergency purposes, we can release the engine. Yeah, that's why. For emergency purposes, that's why we would be able to do that. And then you, so that you're not penetrating that. And then this. No! The opposite of what I wanted. Let's see how much I can just merge these things into one another and still feel okay about it. So that's about back where it was before. And then if I were to put you there, then you're definitely penetrating some of that. But it is just this that you... No, it is the whole thing. Alright, well, we'll do this for now. And then I just kind of wanted to get something that we could put out on the pad and run a little bit and see what happens. Give me center of thrust, center of mass, center of everything. So right now we're looking at the center of lift above and behind the center of mass, which is going to try and keep us nosing down. Which would mean that I need more lift surfaces toward the front of the vehicle. And elevons toward the front will be able to do a lot more for us than just wing surfaces. All of the mass is just in this guy here. So what if... What if we don't... The mass is still there? You're actually not making that big... Okay, you are making a big difference, but the mass is still dead center there. Alright, well then let's do this. Right? We go over to our fuel tanks. And... I want just LF. We're still sorted by mass. So you guys, as permanent parts of the truck, potentially. Huh? Potentially permanent parts of the... Is that what you want, though? You're pulling it forward. Yeah, that's the opposite of what I want, isn't it? Kind of. Kinda, yeah. If we were to instead have that, then we could pull the center of mass back. Kind of curious if I could just have one dead in the middle there between the tires. Not making a significant impact in it anyway. Baguette. I mean, these kinds of things, it's monoprop, but is there one that, radial holding tank? Radial holding tank for what? Oh, that's ore. NCS adapter. Just holds liquid fuel. Kind of massive. Kind of massive. You just want ballast tanks? Well, they were going to be liquid fuel for flying, you know, but, I mean, our real problem is that the center of lift needs to come forward, which would be accomplished by just more surfaces up there. I think would also be accomplished, potentially. So, is that the same as if I hadn't done anything? Yeah, just turn all of the things off that I've got selected. I didn't want to see them. Yeah, no, that's cool. Thank you, Kerbal, for just assuming that I would want all of my overlays to disappear when I do, you know, a Control Z. Wow. How did you know my favorite being fucked by the game? Thank you. For now, what if I did a couple of you? It's getting it closer. And does anybody expect this thing to fly? Let's do that for now. F it. Let's see what we can get out of that. What else would I need? You know, tail fins and all kinds of stuff. Don't worry about it. Save it and launch it. Sure, Bill knows how to fly a truck. You know, a brick kind of a thing. Who doesn't? They're simple. They're easy. Say yes. Throttle to full. Go. Okay. We are fuel deprived because there's no transfer of this fuel to that engine. That would be, yep. No, I agree. Revert flight to the spaceplane hangar. So with the idea that we would eventually want the, you know, this to be able to be released and that kind of a deal, so we could just throw the fuel away, then show me the fuel show me how the fuel gets there, and then what am I? Yeah, pin it. Where do I find the fuel ducting these days? It should be right up at the... You know what? I'll sort by mass as well, but it should be top left, wherever they're keeping that fuel ducting. Fuel ducting. Should be pretty top. I mean, restock has also, like, changed the... There it is! Under just fuel. Okay. It's not just a fuel tank, but... Oh, okay. Where... Yeah, let me drop that. What's your fuel overlay? you transfer into the wings. So there's that. Can I transfer from, say, you? Yeah. Into this. And now you got fuel that goes there. But that's not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in fuel that goes there. Okay, that doesn't work because we'd need to be tapped into this piece. I see. No, with the... Thank you, though. Trying to grab the piece that... Surprisingly, the piece that I was hovered over, that was the one that I was trying to interact with. Okay, now that's transferring fuel back to that. So if I go from you to you, not worrying too much about what it looks like yet, and then check that fuel delivery overlay, we now have the fuel in here that makes it to the engine. Huzzah! Let's put it back out on the thing, and then Bill can crash it into something, maybe. The fuel duct is under fuel tanks. Yes, it was. Do we think that's where it should be? Is it a fuel tank? Is that what it is? It's fine. In fact, open the engine, throttle her up. This is a turbo. Okay, not enough lift yet. Okay, yep, no, that's, we didn't need those wings. Those are extra. And almost off the ground, nearly got it. Oh, there you go. And we're in flight, and now let's come in for a landing. Beautiful, beautiful. Good job, Bill. Good, excellent. Thank you for that one. First successful flight. 69 meters above the surface is what happened there. Let's just, let's do that again. See if I can't get it going a little bit straighter down the runway. And there we go. Okay. Making the speed a little bit slower. Absolute showman. Bill, absolutely. Which is why you said absolute. There we go. Let's crank that up to full. Look out, Bill. And pull up. Almost. Nope. All right. That's. But I think I still got it. We're launched. We're up and away, and we're just gonna turn that over. Yep. Get back on our wheels, and nearly looking good. Excellent. Good second test. Again, no one's dead. Reverting flight to try that one more time. If we could just get all the way down the runway once, maybe we get enough speed to be able to launch, fly this truck a little bit. Not well, because it doesn't have half the parts that it needs, but you know, doing things well has really never been something that anyone expected of me. Just get us aligned. Throttle. Let's go to half throttle when we start this time. Well. We're pulling hard to the right this time, which maybe is a good thing, because by the end of each of these, we're kind of we've been drifting to the left. It might not be a good thing, actually. Trying to tap us gently. Okay, there we go. We're good now. We're good to get to the end of the runway. See what our full speed is. And pull up. The flaps did nothing when I pulled up on them. Could be a slight issue. Bill, how you, Bill? Hello, Bill. I guess he went off for a coffee. Revert me to launch again, please. Why did the flaps not... I didn't check flaps before. You're supposed to go through the test. Up, down. Okay, yeah, but that's... So... we have nothing active? No, we have everything active. So... all directions are active on those. And yet... control from here. Control point forward, control from here. Authority limiter is 0 degrees. It will, okay, it's because of that. And then now I can have full flaps. Okay, there we go. It was, I cranked up the authority limiter at some point in the build for reasons that I'll explain to you some other time when I come up with a good reason why I would have done such a thing. Just want to keep right up the middle. Here we go. A bit more to the left. Full. Oh, maybe not full. Maybe not full. Maybe not. Okay. Yep. Nope. Just hang on to it. Hang on to it. We're good. We're good. Go full. Full. And pulling up now. We have flight-ish. Flight-ish. But we had flight. No, we've got flight. We're good on flight. Flight is happening. Flight and then upside down, as was always the intention here. And we'll just pull up. Is the opposite of up. I mean, the frame is strong, and that was the main test, was to see if the wheels would bend when, and yep, just as we projected in the engineering. All right, good. I think we're well on our way to flying space truck. Bit early in the test phase to do barrel rolls, loops, Bill. Yeah, show off. I think it's coming together nicely. This is exactly where I thought I'd be after about an hour's worth. We haven't been building for an hour. I've been talking shit for... I didn't even tell you about all the fleas that I combed off of the cats. So let me do that once we get back from this live stream break that we're gonna, because we've been here for an hour and 20 minutes. We're gonna have a live stream break. I'll think about what we're building, question my life choices to this point, and when we return, I will do a bit of crying. So stay tuned for that. Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream here on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul, where we're doing some light, playful design in Kerbal Space Program around a potentially flying pickup truck. Lava Lamp with the subscription, 13 months, a year, and a month. What up? Hell yeah, KSP. Welcome, Lava Lamp. I'm being stupid. So you just ordinary, average, any day. A little bit of a pickup truck, wings that's, deploy out that way, but, in their original position, they're maybe down like that. We're looking at some things, that's more pickup trucky right there. No, it's a pickup truck, a lorry. Thank you so much, Lava Lamp. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. It's continuous Big Dick. It's just, once you're in it, you're gonna... Unless there's like a Lorena Bobbitt issue, but she's not really active anymore. Actually, I have no idea. I remember that Netflix managed to like dredge that up out of nowhere. I remember it when it was, not being dredged up out of nowhere. Red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry. Oh, I see what you're doing there. So here's my idea right now is to throw everything away. I told you it was just a sketch. Let's focus on trying to get this, like, something that'll fly at this point. And not 1,000% anything yet, obviously. But let's focus on trying to get something that would fly. So, if the wings were more of a... Which wing have I got? I'm holding this one, alright? If the wings were more in line with the structure of the majigger and the madoodle, then you've got that, and let's look at all of the centers of things. Those back on game, and that is actually center of lift just behind the center of mass for that setup there. Let's put some control surfaces on it, which are going to be under the wingy looking thing. Give me these elevons for now. And put you on the back, and that'll give us some control from the rear. We would have a lot likelier chance of success if we also had some control authority over the front of this bastard. Problem with something you can drive and then fly does tend to arise around... Ooh, what's that? That's a massive son of a bitch. Maybe I should be looking at even the larger, like, jet-style parts and things. That is a massive son of a bitch right there. Huh? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not liking it. So, like, a little bit long for our design, but not that much longer than it, was to start with. Why would you have control surfaces at that angle? For rolls. Yeah, not really, but that's interesting. Like, we could use those parts potentially for something. Focus on actually getting it to fly, and that's not going to help, is the thing. So, something... Oh, yeah, there you go. And get the branding on there. Something, sort by mass, and then from the top down, we're looking at the lightest things that we can get. Small, light, and with a profile that doesn't just make everything suck would be grand, but they don't really give you those. Alright, we'll use the U's for now. And not exactly sure where or how. I'm gonna have these, but get them in there and then figure it out. So, no, but actually when I'm grabbing them and then just switch the part that I was holding. That's, yep, just what I asked of you. And all of those clicks that you totally paid attention to. So if we are going to try and make this thing fly, then maybe, like, less complicated. Like, all of the wing surfaces at least at the same level, kind of a deal. And then what were we looking at in terms of the center of lift? Because you've turned it off again like you like to do, haven't you? Yeah, you did. Because I used the Control Z button. That's, closer to a thing. It's certainly closer to a thing. Is it center of lift just a front or just behind center of mass is the general rule that you want to live by? And what happens to that center of mass when I or that center of lift. It's not going to affect it on the angle that way. I do like this. I can get it just to front and give us a little bit of upward lift from the front as we go. Alright, let's put that out on the pad and just see if we can't get the thing. Sort by wings by size and get them big effers. Oh, that's maybe where we're going. But I really appreciate like things that are Kerbal sized, that are, you know, incredibly small. So there is that we always have to fight with me. Oh, look at how much things move when I try and steer. SAS on. We're slowly just turning to the right for reasons that you'd have to ask the developers of this game about. I'm going to throttle up, I'm going to hit the thing, and then I'm going to have to fight it the entire way down. Or I could... Oh, okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. How do you zero the... Never mind. Are we already, like, able to go up? Because it seems like you're trying to lift. Yes! Yeah, okay, but we're doing that thing again. There we go, just full thrust to get us off the ground, and then, yep, I'll just, with the, and then, perfect. Excellent. All of the points landing. It's like a 32-point landing for all of the things that touched when we landed there. So that flies. 0 yaw control. Yeah, that's okay. So we're just getting there. So yeah, let's get some yaw on this thing. What have I got in terms of, again, sort by mass? I want the smallest thing that will actually give me some control authority. Ooh. Does that winglet have a little bit of anything on it? No. Alright, you don't have a control surface, which means the first control surface that is lightest is this one. This ugly piece of junk that we hate. Yeah, put you on there. Grab you with some snapping. Nope. Remember when I was clicking on that arrow and then you decided to click on something else? Yeah. That's why we don't sleep in the same room anymore. Back in like that. Okay. So, number one, let's say that this is just for pitch. Wait, what have I selected? You've selected these, right? It's you. So you're just for... You're not for yaw. I might... Yeah, you could be for pitch and roll from the back, and these will be just for pitch, and then this will be for yaw exclusively. Yeah. Is it me, or is the engine slightly offset to the left? Is it? It kind of looks like it. You might... hang on. So if we put it in snapping and then do that... Alright, well then maybe it's one of the parts that it's attached to that's slightly offset to the left. Yes! That's why we were going a little bit at a wonk every time that we tried to do anything. Okay. So now we've got a little bit more control authority, and we're not at a wonk, which is good. Save that, put it out on the pad. Thank you for catching that one, Sticks. Or Stixy. Because of the E that's backwards. You may call it a 3. Some people. Crow. Alright, SAS on, I guess. Throttle to half. And open her up. Nudge a little bit to the right. And I might even back off on the throttle. We did manage to get a reasonable amount of lift. Put the aerodynamic forces up. See those. Whoa! Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then go full throttle. We may have a flying pickup truck coming in for landing. Alright, so let's get some height. If I can, without, like, making the thing explode. In fact, let's just throttle back a touch. We're flying okay at 150 meters per second, so stay where we know things work. Get a little bit, yeah, give me some more height so I can play with, and we'll see just how much fly this thing can fly. First test for me, well, it's not going to be the first test, but I like to turn SAS off and see, you know, where we are in terms of, like, will the thing fly normally. Also, control point forward. Thank you. Alright, 1300. Let's roll, bank, and a turn. SAS enabled. Not bad. Not bad. Seems a little ridiculous that we can do this, but not bad so far. Okay, back towards the Space Center. It's back on a upward kind of a trajectory. Yaw is handling reasonably well. Now I'm going to turn the SAS off, and I'm going to add, what's it called? Just trying to stable this out. What is the button for, it's Alt and then something that will clear out your, what is it that I'm talking about? Where it's an override, it's just like setting your pitch and saying that's what it's always going to be, just hold it there. Like I'm holding Alt and then I'm tapping, and then there's a button that if I hold Alt and hit that, then it should zero it. So Alt X? Alt X zeros my whatever it is that I'm trying to say, and we have way not enough upward pitch at these speeds. Let's go to full throttle on this turbo jet engine. Trimming, yes, my trim. Thank you, Sticks. Haven't seen much of this game. What's the point of the pilot if the engineer can fly? Well, you know what? We're playing in creative mode, and at this point, kind of everybody is everything. They're all level 5, geeked out, you know, they all know how to... The pilot still couldn't play engineer, but the engineer can play a bit of a pilot. In career mode, the pilot can be upgraded to point at prograde normal radial directions. Yeah, and the engineer in creative mode is at level 5, which means, I don't know, you can repack a parachute really well or some bullshit in there. But yeah, without SAS on, we need quite a bit of trim, even at full speed. It's actually not that much trim. You can see down here where I'm adjusting my pitch. So let me just trim it now that we're making higher speed. The faster you go, the more lift you're going to get off of your lifting surfaces, so the less pitch that you'll actually need. But yeah, my trim is actually pretty not much once we get up to top speed, which at this height of around, well, falling, around 1,000 meters, around 1 meter, 1K meters, is about 200 meters per second. Shall we climb and see what we can get in terms of speed out of the, what are we using here? The Weasley turbofan. We can reverse thrust on this thing? Let's try that. No, don't try that, actually. Not in Sandbox, only pilot has the SAS. Oh, is that true? I didn't know. Only pilots, even in creative mode, can, or well, in the career mode, can ever use SAS. Which we're not using right now. King Akira! King Akira! With gifting a sub to World's 9-star. Welcome to Big Dick Club World 9-star and King Akira. King Akira, or Akira. Very fun checking out your stream the other day. We raided King Akira with however many people were left over from the 20 who were watching or whatever. Man, it's got, like, he puts this to shame. I'm just sitting on the bridge of the TNG. He's got, like, every different ship, voice-activated, computer, fire full photon torpedoes, full spread at the Kraken who's out the window from 10 forward or wherever the hell, whichever ship that was in. Awesome. Ronan Quad, hello. Again, thank you so much for raiding the other day. Hello, everyone from Japan. Yeah. So, were you born stateside California and then moved to Japan, or because you know, we hung out the other day, and you were saying that you were from California more recently, and now you're in Japan. When did you move over? What's your Social Security card number? Can I get the CVV? We're making a flying pickup truck, maybe. This was just trying to get something that might actually fly. Doesn't look like we're getting a lot of speed out of this with this engine, which makes sense. You know, this engine is probably not going to give you that much more than 200 with this kind of weight. Akira, you have the power to throw Kraken out the window? What kind of witchcraft is it? Born and raised in California, moved to near Tokyo 3 years ago. I still haven't, I have not been to Japan, and it's the place that, you know, it's the place, because my history is, I ended up going into a Korean Zen Buddhist monastery, and one of the first questions that my Zen master asked me before I even knew it was a Korean Zen Buddhist monastery was, do you have any interest in Korea? And I think he felt like he, you know, because we had a connection, and he was like, I see that you're supposed to be here right now. Do you have any interest in Korea? And I was like, no. Pretty big on Japan, though. I was like, oh, okay. Which actually his later teacher is a Japanese teacher, Kyozan Joshu Roshi, who was in California, and then with the kind of allegations of sexual misconduct and things for the 108-year-old Zen master man. It's California, what are you going to do? I'm just going to slow this down. Should we actually try and land this thing? We're flying right now in it without SAS, and I definitely need to trim down now that we're slowing down a bit. No SAS landing of, you know, the first earliest flying prototype of a potential pickup or semi-truck that can fly. What do we think? Let me know if and when you visit, and I'll translate and give you a tour. Oh, that'd be great. I'd love to. And I've got flyer miles that I need to spend at some point. Flyer miles I've been collecting for like a decade that are actually going to expire because I decided I didn't want that card anymore. But, yeah. I would love to see Japan someday. I've been to South Korea. It was lovely. It's like being in, you know, the future. Was it at all like that going to Japan, King Akira? Okay. We're coming in a bit hot, a bit fast here. Yeah, and just yeah, careful. There we go. Touch her down, and oh my God, are you effing kidding me? Full brakes, full brakes. Put the brakes on. Nope. Just what? Yep, didn't need that wing, and the pilot was unnecessary. So long as we still have the wheels and those cubic octagonal struts, successful landing. Might want some air brakes. No, we don't need them because the cubic octagonal struts will break us fast enough. They have toilets stolen from the future. It was just amazing. Like every single building that you come. No, but just little things. Every single, and maybe in California, you know, there's kind of in the future as well. But every single road in, every single street in Seoul, South Korea, had like continuous, for the blind. Like I'm walking on these little bumps for, you know, on the sidewalks for all this time, and I'm like, why are they here? And I'm just trying to figure out why they're here, and after a couple of days it clicks in, for the blind. So the, you know, presumably minimal blind population, they've built the city to accommodate for no matter where you are in the city, including like walking into buildings. Every stairwell, every stairway has like a strip that would let you know by the texture of the floor as you're walking, or, you know, by the thing that you're sweeping with, that you're about to go up or down a set of stairs. Just the amount of social planning and consideration for everyone that has gone into building that city was like, Jesus God, we suck. America is shit. I mean, oh my God, this is so good. That's what I meant. Not as a comparison against everything that I experienced in Detroit. Not at all. Let's see. I heard that stuff does wonders for people on wheelchairs. To be honest, if I'm to be probed anally while on the toilet, I'd like to get abducted by aliens. Oh, that's right, because Japan is huge on in the spray, and it's apparently laser targeted for the anus, and is what I've heard. America is shit. This message paid for by Pawn for President 2024. Yes, I will make it less shit. It wouldn't be that hard. In fact, I wouldn't have to do much, would I? You go to Japan, you will hear bird noises played from speakers, and apparently they are for the blind. They play bird noises near stairs at train stations. Really? The amount of, like, just societal awareness, social planning, and we're all in this together of Southeast Asian nations is apparently what I'm gathering. All I can speak for is South Korea. But, you know, it's like, what are we doing over here? What selfish, self-absorbed, shitty fucking country. So that flies. That does fly. We can fly it. It would be of almost no benefit to us to be able to fly. Like, if we wanted it to be able to go sub-orbital, which is what's in the description there, being able to do this, not that helpful in the current configuration. But I tell you what we could do is just say, what do I care about plane parts? You know, we could have the wings and everything, but LF, liquid fuel, and a jet engine? Why not slap, you know, a rocket engine on that side? I mean, we could go to the Panther and then try to make like an SSTO kind of a thing, but why not just skip the middleman and go straight to, show me by mass, straight to liquid fuel burning the Cheetah? All right, maybe not the Cheetah, but, you know, something. Is that the wrong direction on? No, it's not. What am I looking at? These are engines. How is the Cheetah that light? The spark. What is your ISO in vacuum and stuff like that? It's at sea level 16/20. That's not bad on the spark. Spark is definitely not really meant to be used in atmosphere, but that's not bad. I think maybe. Cub Werner at sea level. I have a couple of those, and then they would look like exhaust pipes or something. I was just thinking something more like the Terrier. Your at sea level is actually awful. You're worse than the Spark. Let's throw a Spark on the back here. What the hell kind of speed do you think you're gonna? And some Cubs. Spark, and Cubs. Oh, the Cubs are bigger than I expected them to be. Maybe just the Cubs, honestly. Yeah, maybe just the Cubs. That's going to be not a center of thrust on the center of mass. It ain't that far off for how we've got it now, but we need some fuel. And, you know, ideally we would eventually be dragging up the FLT 800. We might actually be able to make it fit now that we don't need that big engine there. For the sake of testing, let's do the 400. Where's the 400? So that pulls the center of mass up by a bit. I'm just gonna try it. We know the center of lift is okay. And it should be basically the same orientation with the center of mass there from the other tank, because they're the same size. One's full of liquid fuel and one has some oxidizer. Ronan Pawn, I wonder if that will fly if you remove tires and wings. But what? No, we don't. It's got to fold back up into a truck at some point, or else it's false advertising, and I'm not getting fined for another $5,000. Let's see what this one does. You know, everything is just sketching so far, and it's sketchy and it's sketching. Aerospike has good sea level ISP for a plane style engine, and that we could switch over to liquid fuel burning exclusively. We'll try it. We'll try it. SAS throttle to full, throttle to some, about a third, and another sub from King Akira, Paula Peno. Don't you have already another jalapeno? I'm sure you got a sub recently, didn't you? No, Twitch, whatever. Thank you so much, King Akira, and welcome back to the Big Dick Club. Jalapeno with the, and then we don't have fuel delivery to that because it's not attached to this, and I had to pipe the fuel through the. All right, I'm a little distracted maybe. Thank you so much, King Akira, and. You know, your stream looked friggin' awesome. The man's got costume. The man's... he's wearing, you know, TNG... Well, he's wearing Star Trek uniform. And he's got it to where he can change the color of it. You know, change from engineer to captain or whatever. I don't know. Just absolutely amazing. Those are the kind of things that I wanted to do. And I got to a certain point and said, okay, I think I can see how I could do that. And I can't be bothered. So... let me just fuel duct it in without changing where the engines are. So that would be, we need to now connect, like, drop that over there. So you get you to you. Ha to ha. So if I can get you, am I in snapping mode? Looks like I'm in snapping mode. So if I tuck you in here, and then just do that, then that should give me fuel delivery. Not at all. You are attached to those, though, aren't you? So then, because there's no implicit fuel delivery through that at all. Okay. It's all just sketch right now, is the thing. Oh, do I need it to be directional? That's weird to me, that it has to be direct, that it's not two-way. Alright, so do that. And then give me another one. Yeah, just all of it, not the thing that I was hovered over, but all of it. That's exactly what I said and wanted. So now, fuel delivery overlay. Right. Fuel delivery overlay. Correct. Alright, that gets it done for testing. Launch it. Need some hose. Hose. That's, yeah, not the other one. Video will be publicly available after midnight CST. What are you talking about, Pennsylvania? SAS on, throttle to full. No, throttle to some and go. Let's see what kind of speed we get off of these guys. And we are pulling to the right again, which was a problem earlier with this craft. So that's getting us up to some amount of speed. Let's go up to half throttle. I think we can pull up with this craft. Oh, and the vectoring of the engines are actually not, well, yeah, no, they're helpful, I suppose. Go to full fuel, full thrust, full throttle. Check out the aerodynamic forces as we go. See what kind of speeds we could possibly make. And how much was in here to start? Well, I'm more interested to know how much Delta V I brought. I really like that. How those look. Those are the first engines that look good with, like, their plume looks really good with this. And possibly just because they're merging together, but that's nice. So we were making 200 meters per second with the other engine. And here, not even that. But, you know, these could burn in space, I guess. Run poll, what time is stream ending? I don't know. I didn't expect it to go on for ages, but after 2 hours, this is as far as we are into flying a truck, because that's just how I roll, apparently, so... Could be... Like, how's Monday for you for the stream ending? Well, actually, that would just be 2 hours from now in the Eastern time zone, so yeah, that would be entirely probable. So, a little bit more TWR would be helpful if we were going to do that, and still, like, the amount of anything that we're going to get out of anything there, yeah, not that great. Let's just revert back to the spaceplane hangar and try and actually be smart about this instead of just slapping things on. What mod are you using for plumes? Good question. Plumes? No. Real something? Part of, I believe it was either came down with Spectrum, as a pack, or that it was recommended by Spectrum and by other mod packs that I was looking at, and it's probably just the most common of them, which might be just called Real Plume or Real... So I can't... I could pull it up, but I'm not gonna. No, it's actually very difficult to pull it up because I can't get Kerbal Space Program to minimize in the way that it's not full screen, it's a borderless window, and then... So, these, awesome as they are, it might be a great thing to like add for a supplement. Like, they fit an aesthetic that I like a lot, but they're not really doing much for us. Let's go straight back to, or go to the... You said the arrow spike? The rapiers is what I'm... So we're not sorted by mass again, that's why I'm confused. So the dart here, but it doesn't have a pure wet mode, does it? Where it's just liquid fuel? Let's use the... Well, how big are the panthers, actually? Or the rapier? Rapier's a regular size of things. I need to dive into mods again, so Replume stock V408. Is that your recommendation for it, or is that probably what I'm using? Thank you, Lava Lamp, for that link. I need to dive into mods again. I've been playing stock for so long. Since I played with mods, just got tired of having updates and waiting for mods on new updates. Yeah, I just stick to visual and auditory. So no game-changing anything in here. It was recommended. Let's put this one on and see what we get out of that. And with some dedicated liquid fuel, but does this have a full-on wet mode? If I go to the rapiers, I'll be able to see what their display looks like. And two different engines, and then it tells you this one burns LFO and this one just burns liquid, and then for the arrow spike, we're just the one engine, so it is, well, but it is LFO. It's saying that the engine takes liquid fuel and oxidizer. Is this going to be one of those things where there actually are two different modes, but Kerbal sucks? And so it doesn't display it? Fuel delivers, shroud, throttle? No, it looks like it's just a LFO burning. But I don't understand you. Is it then an engine that is benefited by air when you're in Atmo? But then like there's just a one mode to it, and then it will suck the oxidizer as it needs it, or I don't understand. Aerospike is just quite a decent Atmo and vacuum engine without any mode switch to it, huh? So it just burns LFO all the time. Wouldn't matter if I had a intake. Is there any reason for me to pin extra liquid fuel on here, or for the air take to be there at all, either? Rapier is dual mode, Aerospike is pure rocket. Pure rocket, so it always needs oxidizer and it doesn't benefit from that. Okay. I'm just going to yank that off then. And we're still going to give it a try. What kind of, you know, incidentally, what are we looking at TWR? 2.3 on that. Somebody. It's a somebody. That's too big. Where's the smaller and then U? Because that'll fit there now. Yeah. And then 2.15 on the TWR. Okay. Ish. Yeah, go ahead and put that out. We'll fly this one. Rapier is the only one that does both jet and rocket. Alrighty then. Try the Aerospike with a little bit more LFO than we had before. Seems like we've got just a nice amount of lift on this thing. SAS on, throttle 2, definitely not full. Fire you off. Oh yeah, that's quick. That is quick. And we only need about 60 meters per second or so to pull up on this thing. Well, we are carrying a little bit more weight now, so looks like 70 is the moment. Oh, look at that. Ah, I love that. That's pretty. So let's see what kind of height and speed we can make here. Not burning it that much yet. Make a little bit of height. Opening her up! Wow. Does the plume actually? Yes, it does, with the amount of force that I give it. Just go ahead and look at this. SAS is holding pretty fine. Not a lot of crazy stuff going on with the roll, yaw, or pitch. Getting this craft up to... Can we hit 300 meters per second with an incline? Probably not, but if I bank this down a touch... Ah, we're out. But yeah, 300 is definitely plausible there. It's just, you know, nothing's going to give me the kind of fly time as a jet, a pure air-driven jet. But that's some good speed. What should I focus on at this point? Should I focus on trying to make something that, you know, could potentially make it to space somehow? Or, I mean, this is an incredibly small craft so far. I don't think that's going to happen, but having a flying pickup truck, I think, is neat. I'm going to focus on it being a flying pickup truck for now. Which means going back to something that is more built for just liquid fuel and jet engines. So again, sort by mass, because you don't remember anything, because this game is so well built and designed and stuff. I'll put you in there. It's a tiny little guy. And what is the difference between this one? This one holds 400 liquid fuel. You hold 50. Okay. Just to stay in, like, the size spec, I'll do that, but I'll reduce the liquid fuel by half, just to reduce our weight. And this thing flies, so the question is, can we make this into something that can actually, you know, kind of flip into this mode? Either with robotics, or with robotics. Because outside of robotics, I don't know how I would really do that. So, either with robotics... shouldn't really have much, have mock diamonds from an aerospike exhaust, but it does look pretty. What about a Panther? Pretty afterburner mode. Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't mind having something with an afterburner, actually. The Panther? And then that does have a wet and dry mode to it. Yeah, and so then we would also set up our first action group. Custom 1, come over here, switch mode, and then when I press 1, we can switch between wet and dry. We would need some wet on. What do you mean, wet? Well, because when you switch into that mode, isn't that how that with the Panther? Engine, intake air, liquid fuel, intake air, liquid fuel. No, it just burns more fuel. Ah, right. Okay. It's been so long. It's been so very, very long. Fuck it. Let's go out and fly this one a little bit too. Like, we've got a design that actually flies. That's cool. I'm happy. I kind of want to play with it. Robot parts, or, you know, the robotics and stuff like that, it's just... They work so well in Kerbal. They work so well. This is the thing. I say some, throttle to some. Let's go. I think we can half throttle this to get going. We should be in dry mode right now. There we go, 60, 70, so 70 meters per second, and we're up. That engine is a bit heavier, I think, is also part of the issue there. Do I not have... Why is my roll... Oh, because you're not controlling from forward. Now you can roll. Not very well, but to some extent. So, yeah, fire that up full. And we are in dry mode. Yeah. Get this up to speed. See what kind of speeds we can make when we go through the burn lots of fuel mode. Sir Paul, howdy. Glad to see you back. I'm really late, but what you building today? It's so far a very simple design, but we're trying to design a flying pickup truck. I was thinking maybe it would be a sub-orbital or even an orbital, or maybe it would go to, ELU, but maybe just flying pickup truck that would reassemble itself via robot parts, via mechanics, into a transformer. Optimus Prime is what we're trying to do. All right, 150 there, going full wet. Getting wet now. Didn't know you like to get wet. Huh? This is the PCP or something? I don't know what that is. But alright. 230 meters per second. At an incline of 10 degrees on the bubble. Up to 250 meters per second. At 2.6 kilometers. Incidentally. Sounds interesting. Looks too small to be a useful truck, though. It is. There's a Kerbal sitting in there, steering the thing. This is a Kerbal-sized pickup truck. I don't know why the Kerbal's, world is so much bigger than they are, but, 265 meters per second there, and, great flight time on this for being able to get those kinds of speeds. I flatten off. I'm trying to flatten off, game. And you know what? Turn the SAS off, and I will trim you. Oh, Jesus. Now you're scrubbing speed. Trying to trim it. Okay, so it doesn't control the best of anything that I've ever built before. Let's trim you. Okay, you're over-trimmed, and you just keep trying to bank in one direction or the other. Yeah, you're turning as I... So, a lot of aerodynamic forces from what I presume is a fair bit of drag off of the front of this. It just wants to pull it in different directions and things. Trimming back down. And nosing back down. I'm just going to SAS it, because this is a bit too much of a hassle. Got a lot of drag coming from that compartment up there, stretching all the way back. But at a flat-ish, we're descending a bit, but flattish on the horizon kind of a thing, we're 290 meters per second. If I dove, we could get to 300. Mainly drag would be against us right now. I think we could reach 300 easily enough if, if we weren't a pickup truck. Would be the premise there. Go back down to a dry burn. Lose a fair bit of speed. Turn the SAS off. Currently trimmed down. And I'm going to aero brake pretty hard here. Pulling against our direction. It's so much better in chase mode when you're flying a plane. At least I remember it being. This kind of sucks. Yeah. Alright. Go fast and furious toward the water. Don't worry, I'll pull you up before we get there. Maybe. I'm feeling like it. SAS though, because it is kind of hard to control at these speeds with all that front drag. And pull up. Very maneuverable with the front elevons there. Maneuvers on a dime. Get right down at sea level and just drag our tires in the water at these supersonic speeds. At least we should be approaching supersonic, right? There you go. Pretty perfectly flat with the surface of the ocean right now. Good lift cones, but drag profile looks a little rough. Yeah. I wonder what would happen if we tried to get rid of these elevons too and flew with just the elevon control from the rear. Running low on fuel now. Let's just go ahead and put this thing down in the ocean. It was designed for a water landing. I didn't tell you that, Bill. It wasn't on the design documents, but there are just a number of systems here that are all just fine for a water landing is the thing, so you've got no problem just setting that thing down in the ocean, part of the test profile all day. I'm not just coming up with things in order to entertain myself at, you know, potentially the expense of your life. I wouldn't do that to you, Bill. I think you know that about me. 25 meters and descending, 20 meters, 18, 17, 15, pulling up, trying to get level. Okay, yep, okay, that's right down at the water there, and we're still going kind of, no, let's not, oh, oops, and like alright, well, at least now I don't have to convince Bill. The hell happened there? Like, stopped us and then just decided to flip us? Did we get hit by a dolphin? Something came up from in the water. There was, Jaws is out here, is what I saw. It's what anyone would tell you. Back to the space plane. Why do you hate Bill's? I don't. I hate Jeb. I hate Jeb. But I'm curious. I would like to see if there's enough anything by just taking those off. We won't fly for long this time. I just want to see if we get away with having just control authority from the rear, plus, I guess, reaction wheels. Thought you were gonna save it for a second. Me too. And then Jaws, and kicked us up for some reason. Just go full throttle from the start. Drive. Yeah. We're gonna need, I would expect, more than the 70 meters per second. Okay, maybe slow back down. More than the 70 meters per second that was getting us off the ground before. Now that we, whoa, okay, yep, okay. 90, pulling up. No. 100, pulling up. No. 110, pulling up. No. But we can run right off the end of the runway and make it work. And incidentally, control from forward. Get me a little bit of height so Bill doesn't have to die. Again. No, that it didn't happen. I didn't clone another of you, Bill. I wouldn't do that. We've had that discussion. You told me that you didn't like it, and I heard and understood your complaints. This is a lot of pitch that this is going to take if I don't have some kind of front elevon. New Bill. I wanted to just check in on you on the concept of, what do you think about like a water landing for this craft? Do you think that a water landing would be possible? You know, you'd want to get it down to a good slow speed and not immediately nosedive into the water. I'm not saying that from experience, just a guess, just hazarding a guess. New Bill. I mean, regular, not clone Bill. 33 meters, 35. Gonna trim up a little bit more now. Going to kill the engines entirely. And then 28, 27, 25, 20, 19. Whoa! And then, yep. Slow that down. And a perfect water landing. Just as I told you it would be fine, and it is fine, and shut down that engine because I'm sick of listening to it, and all hatches are obstructed and you can't exit. Damn it. I tried to leave him a gap so he could get out. Well, no swimming for you. Now I guess the question would be, can you take off again, though? Actually, from the ocean, it was designed for an ocean takeoff. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! There you go. And then, just like that. No SAS on that launch either. It is a water capable semi truck that flies. Obviously, duh. Yeah, good work, Bill Kerman. Now, in order to get that launch, you will need to install the scatterer mod in order to get actual waves on the surface of the ocean. But I'm happy with that. We do need some kind of control surfaces up front, though. It's quite a bear. You know, it just requires a lot of force, a lot of trim, in order to get it to lift if we're only lifting from back there. Now it's time for the trailer, right? No, this is the what do you mean? This is the front of the truck. We had a design earlier that looked a bit more like a truck. We got over the making it look like a truck and decided to work on, can we make it fly first and then we'll make it look like a truck. And I think we're coming to that point now, where we try and work out the visibility, what it's going to look like, and other things. What it's going to look like in the robotics of it, and then, you know, try and make an actual trucky kind of truck thing. In a truckish way. Hello, Doc of Moore, by the way. Australian road sky train, 6 trailers, all with jet engines. Alright, what the hell. I've got until Tuesday. I don't know when my dad's coming out. No, what I do have is actually a live stream break. We're going to do another live stream break because this is, I think, another gear switching mode. We did a lot of testing. We got something that flies. I like the idea of it. You know, the wings come down to be with that level of stuff, and so we just got to come up with a way to have a roof that, so it might be a 2-part, like, robotics with the wings to fold out. So they start like that, and then they fold down, but then each of them has part of the top of the semi-truck as well, which then folds out. And then maybe it's got, like, it's a bit upwards, so it's, like, really cool, like, wingy kind of... These are things that we're going to get into when we come back from this live stream break. And, yeah. We're getting closer to something that's not anything that was in the description of the video. It's not a sub-orbital. I mean, it definitely doesn't orbit. 7-minute live stream break. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Paul. Welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream here on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul, your only source. We're in Kerbal Space Program today, and we're building a flying pickup, a flying flying lorry. It is technically suborbital, as it is less than orbital, but it flies poorly. It flies fine, actually. I can control it quite well, with and without the, well, I can control it well with the SAS, and without the SAS, it likes to turn all on its own. But it's neither here nor there. What do you want to know, huh? What are you asking about? So I did not mention all of the flea work that I did today with our little kittens. Incidentally, for anyone who's actually interested in the game, you can tune out now. No, what we're going to be doing is making the box of the truck into a foldable, collapsible kind of a, it'll turn into a truck bed, and then it'll open up into the wings that will fly this little bastard around kind of a thing is what we're going to get to. But I feel like I should share with you, my personal life. Which is that today with our kittens, we've got 3 new kittens that we brought in from outdoors. Took them from their mother quite egregiously. She was overstressed and overburdened anyway, and one of the kittens died. So we took these 3 in, and of course they come with fleas and worms and, respiratory illness for the one of them. We took them to the vet and got all of the things, and in order to deflea them, we have been cleaning the house and gave the 2 big, because we already had 2 cats, now we got 3 kittens. And they, of course, the kittens bring in the fleas, and now the big cats have the fleas. So today I was in the bathtub. Well, I was in the bathroom, hovering over the bathtub and running to the door because the cats don't want to be anywhere near the bathtub. After the bath that they had yesterday, with a flea comb, just combing out fleas, and I pulled 2 to 3 dozen fleas off of each cat. Maybe a little bit more, but like 2 to 3 dozen, I can see those fleas. I can see their wings, fleas, off of each of our 2 older, bigger cats. Yeah, that was a thing for me to start my day with. I literally did that before I brushed my teeth. We gave the cats a bath the other night in, stuff that's supposed to be caustic to fleas, and that just upset the fleas. And so both cats, come out of the bathtub and we're like, there, you feel a little bit better? And they're like, yeah, thanks for that. So I went to bed with them scratching, woke up with them scratching, and said, all right, we're going to get into the flea comb thing, because the flea combs arrived today in the mail. Otherwise, we would have done it sooner. But yeah, 30-some fleas off of both of the big cats. Lady Pawn, during the live stream, has been peeling fleas off of the smaller cats. Show kitties. Oh, you already had cats too. Why would you not share this sooner? I do have some pictures of them, but none that I can show you today. You'll have to tune in on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, when we're back to KSB career mode. We've just landed on the moon and going to Midness, etc. So. Isn't it just a plane unless you can leave the atmosphere? It's suborbital, as is the Toyota Tercel that's parked in the back on flat tires outside my house. That is also suborbital. It's less than orbital. So, if this is going to fold up nicely and neatly, number one, these need to be, the wings need to start at more of a, out there, and they can't. That's as far as they'll go. Did I put them on the... No, that is as far as they'll go off of the center beam. So they're going to need something to extend them off of the center beam to start with. And I'm just going to focus on trying to get something that functionally unfolds and does all of those things, and not concern myself with the look of it yet, or maybe not even today. We'll see where we are once we get to that point. So something structural to lightweight structural that will just widen what we've got down there. And these grip pads are nicely wide and relatively low weight. What's the size of this grip? Oh, that's tiny. What do you got there? That might be enough I would like to build them both off of one thing that's on the bottom. And does that give me... It's not a lot. No, it's not anywhere near enough. I mean, you could just cubic octagonal strut this thing on both sides. But then you'd need 2 of them to make the distance that you'll need for that to be a wall with clearance. If we do go up to this big grip pad, I don't hate it. Yeah, I don't hate it. So with a little bit of snapping from there, where's the center of mass before I put that on? Okay, I'll try and put you more or less on the center of mass. Because why not? And that's still not quite what we'd want for complete clearance on the sides, but we're going to have mechanical robot-y kind of parts as well that are going to go onto this. Why are you doing all of the things and not the ones that I'm pressing and telling you to do? So robotics-wise, been a while since I engaged with the robotics stuff. A light-duty rotor with a slimmer profile. How big are these standard rotors? They're pretty sizable. Let's see if we can't get away with the light-duty rotor. It's just going to be holding wings under the pressure of, you know, creating the lift in order to carry a pickup truck. So what what would even be problematic about any of that? So if I put you on there and then I snap you to a... Well, actually, and then rotate you and just leave you on that center axis. Which is the part of you that turns here? Sorry. Brake RPM limit, rotation direction clockwise, motor size and output. Is there not just a draggable slider for these? Maybe what I want is hinges. You want hinges, Pawn. Yes, because they do have draggable, rotatable majiggers. Yeah. So the lightest weight hinge right there. The alligator hinge, I remember it being quite large, but that might be kind of desirable for our purposes. Yeah. So pin it there then, if you're willing to. Yes. And then you're going to be able to fold down target angle. Fold down completely flat on that side. I mean, I could live with that. Let's try it the other way, though. Where's the... If I do that, then I can actually just type in 90, right? So were you to be... but you can't... Is this going to be problematic? Because you don't go 180, do you? You go along those lines. Right, so it's in or out. Alright, understood. F it, that's fine. So, give me that. Put it back in the place that we had it, but do it on both sides at once. There we go. And then you guys come together in the middle. Yeah. What are you attached to right now? You are attached to that. Okay. I wouldn't mind if you looked like you were attached to that. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's going to give us the perfect clearance that we want. I'm going to grab you guys. And now we've got kind of the wrong kind of wing for this. It's not much of a wing that you've really made here. Rip that off. Maybe you'll use that again, but let's throw that wing away and grab the correct orientationed wing. Give me mass to sort it by, and then you. No, the other one. It's always the other one. I always find things the last place that I look, and it's always the other one. Because that's how. Because you stop looking after you find them. Right. So it would be like that, Mr. Ronan Pawn. You, no? Okay. And then pull you down to something like that. Are these the same size as we had before? Jesus, they look big. Down to where it's... You're over top of the truck wheels? Are you embedded into... Of course you are. Do something like that. And then draw you back down. A place that looks semi-trucky. It's really all we're going for is, does it look semi-truckish? Truckly? And then do you still attach to these nicely? Looks like you do. I grab you, go into snapping mode, grab. Game says that that is absolute center, and we totally believe the game when it tells us things. Also, that just looks like ass. And this does not come in another size. So let's do this. Try and keep the same pattern going. Drag you to the place where you don't look like ass. Line you up by eye. I would have liked one pixel to the right, but it wasn't wanting to do that. So I gave up. And you guys, and we'll grab like that. I don't know what world you think that that's right in, but okay. Okay. So now, were I to be able to grab those, pin you somewhere over here, just looking at where that will work for what you guys can see, and then the target angle, fold out like that, and they kind of clip into the wheels as they go, and slap over. They're slapping is what they're doing. Slap, slap. So what I'm thinking is that we really don't need that, this for a mounting point necessarily, with how this is looking. Put you guys like here, and then I should just be able to drag you out to wherever it is we want you. And then when we bring the target angle back in to a 90, and then put it back out, hey, and we're no longer, you know, impacting the wheels in a way that we can see them from above anyway. Gotta, you know, pick your battles. Oh, it totally merges through those wheels hard. But if I don't have the wing, you know, down below the hinge point there, then it just doesn't have the right look, is the thing. Can I, like, we'll try this, but there's a bunch of reasons in my head why this doesn't work. So if I do that, and then you do this, you pull these guys back in. And then we bring that target angle up to a 90. We've got just enough room that way. I would actually pull you out just a touch more so there's a little berth of clearance for everything that's in there. And then I guess what you would do, Pawn, is like lower these as much as you can, where it still looks like they're connected to something. It's a little bit wheelie, I would say. We could embed the wheels a bit more, though. Could just raise the wheels. Yeah. Because maybe that's how it wants to be. And then with the when it's extended, it comes down like that. It's still penetrating those wheels. The other thing would be I could merge the wing through the hinge. It's just what you decide you're willing to accept. Okay, and then with that being the scenario, grab you, and then respace for that. Leave you just a little bit of clearance. Yeah, because then you've got that. So it just depends on what you think you want to decide is good enough. I think that's best so far. That's what I like so much. Rotors are for helicopters. Ah, yes. I was thinking rotation. So actually then what we would want to do at this point is kind of just confirm that that still flies. So let's start with a 90-degree angle, and we'll save, and we'll go out, and then I should be able to manually control that without putting in a controller. We will put a robotics controller on and program it to like, because on these wings is also going to be the top, is what I'm thinking, like two sides that will fold down and become the top of this thing when it's ready for that. But for now, we can drive it. Yeah, it's not looking the best version that it's ever looked, but we'll get to that. So we can drive it, we can steer it carefully and slowly is how you'd want to steer that, because it's definitely a bit wonky kind of a thing. Brakes on, and if I just grab you and tell you that I want the target angle to be there, put our flaps out, brakes off, throttle to a little over a third, open this baby up, SAS on, control point forward, adjust that a little bit. We're looking for, I think it's still basically 70 meters per second, so we'll go throttle to half and then pull up. Nope. No, oh, right, because we took the front elevons off. We're fine. Everything's fine. This is fine. 100 meters per second pulling up. Pulling up at 100 gets us off the pad. Oh, and a little bit with a little spin. You didn't see coming, but you got yourself a little spin and fireworks. Didn't even put those fireworks on there. What was with the spin? What was with the spin? Revert to launch, please, because the spin is unexpected. I had SAS on, right? Nice weight reduction after taking. Yes, thank you. That's what I SAS back on. Control point forward, and go a little over half throttle. Still too early in test phase for Tony Hawk barrel rolls right off the pad. Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell him. Thank you. Oh, right. We should probably deploy the wings. That would be you two there. Well, it's rolling. And pull up. Pull up. There we go. There we go. Nope. Nope. Immediately goes into a roll. You're fine, Bill. The craft is fine, Bill. The craft is fine. The engine is gone. You saved the fuel, Bill. Good job. Huh. Where's the roll coming from? Truck to floppy needs some quantum struts. So just the roll on the wings? You thinking? Because that's where we get into problems. Is we can't really, and we can't strut something. We can strut something that's going to move, but the struts will stay right where they are. At least some of the time. I can't remember. Did the struts sometimes... I mean, that's not really a solution. Where we are. I could strut wing to wing. I could strut something to something else. I'm just quite surprised that we have that level of immediate rollover coming out of somewhere from this. Never used the robotics. How does auto strut work with them? Yeah. Is there an alternate hinge? There's 2 other hinges. So if we're suggesting that these are like too small and they're being bent, your wings may be wonky. My wings may be wonky. Let's just look again at our centers of things to start with that. We have a very center of masses. Well fucked. Quite a lot different than it was before right now. Let's just drag you up, but that's, yeah. What, how did that change so much? I'm not entirely sure. I mean, we were still, it's like the roll issue I wouldn't expect from the center of mass being that weird. I would expect we would have troubles getting off of the pad with our center of lift being behind the center of mass that much. I would expect us to nosedive, but we're not. It's quite odd. So what if, for the sake of getting this back to something that maybe kind of actually half works, I just went to that. Well, no, because you're pulling the center of mass further back by doing it that way, so that's helpful. Might be some of the shifted center of lift. We did have, and took off, and we're still able to fly this thing just fine, but we did originally have some elevons up front in order to give us, you know, forward control. Put those back on. Pull you out, but on both sides even. What if on both sides we did? If there were 2 of them. Crazy. And again, this is just to get us doing something viable again. Maybe your arch enemy from parts not occluded. Like weird drag stuff going on. I was wondering if it would make a difference in any of those categories, you know, in any of those concerns, like you're talking about, Germasian, whether I load it out like this or load it out the other way. Like, are there certain characteristics that do not change in the profile from the moment that you load it out? Let's put this out on the pad and see if anything's changed. We just added a couple of fins to the front of the thing. See if you can auto strut and still have a working hinge. Yeah, we'll give that a test too, because that would tell us that it's something with things getting bent and whatnot. I mean, there's definitely a sag going on in the wings when they're in this mode. But SAS on throttle to half, and go ahead. And once again, control point forward. should be able to take off at this point, and it immediately goes into that roll again and just wants to stay with it. Even as I'm holding against the roll. So if the hinge point of the wings is floppy and it catches one of them and it just ends up doing like a this as it spins it, and so like each of them have enough slack to them that something along those lines is that's an idea anyway. Let's go back to the spaceplane hangar and let's look at auto strutted solutions here. So if I were to strut, actually, like the furthest thing away, auto strut to the heaviest part, auto strut to the heaviest part, auto strut to the heaviest part. Yeah, try that, I guess, and see if that changes anything. And if it does, then we know that it's a wings being too loose. Flippy, floppy, flop, flop, floppy, flop. Do the hinges themselves as well? Ah, spooples. Already put them out. Still a little bit of sag. Less, I think, but maybe from the hinges that I didn't. Auto strut, heaviest part. A little late, I would think. SAS to on and then throttle to go. I don't really need to do this every time. Forward. Go to chase cam. Pull up. And even though I'm pulling the roll in the opposite direction, yeah. Revert to the hangar. Well, auto strut to heaviest part there. Could auto strut to root part instead. Have a bigger hinge. There is a bigger hinge. It might be too big. I think there's a bigger hinge anyway. So, the alligator hinge and then the GWG, well, not mass, and the G32W hinge. Ooh, that might just be the ticket for a cost of almost a ton each on each side for one hinge. That could, we'll give that a try, because what we're seeing right now does seem to be. I could imagine that if there is like just flop generally from all that kind of stuff, and then basically whichever side manages to catch the wind first, the wind goes under one, over the other, and then and it just stays there. What is rigid attachment? Oh, rigid attachment, so that it wouldn't flop at all? Is that a setting? Alright, before we go to the big hinge, let's try and just do the simplest thing that we can to try and prove that it's this part. I'm thinking root part, maybe grandparent part. Grandparent part tends to work out. We'll try rigid attachment on, and rigid attachment, grandparent, no. I'd rather go to the root part with you. On, root part, on, root part. But I am staying with well, fuck it. Let's be consistent. Root part. Alright, let's try that one more time and then we'll upgrade to the 2 tons worth of hinges as a potential solution. Because to answer Doc of Mir, I don't know what rigid attachment really is in this game. Test if you can actuate the hinge with auto struts, otherwise they are pointless anyway. It still looks like there's a sag along that line. Let's try and get it flying first. Because I'd like to know that that's the issue. It's Kerbal Space Program. I don't trust anything. I'd like to know that this is the issue before I even try and solve it. So at 70 meters per second, we could probably lift up, and then we could touch back down, and then we could spin over and die. But that's not necessarily. That doesn't. We didn't necessarily spin over because of aerodynamics. So. At least test in the air. Ah, the air. Yes, that would be a good place to start our testing from. Maybe. Throttle to something. There we go. Let's see those wings flex hard. Can we? Let's get back to that chase cam and I'll try and like give us a view where we're looking kind of straight at the wings. Hold. Wow, I did that. Uh-huh. And, yep, and just, yep, no, got it. Saved it. Killing the engine. Ejecting Bill. Bill's ejected. So none of those things actually helped. Could still be the issue. They turned to goo in the air. Alright, well, let's just get rid of it all. Let's get rid of all of it. But ridge attachment off, no auto strut. I hate auto strut because I feel like, you know, that's like build something that doesn't need magic is my idea. But alright, so I'm going to set you guys aside, rip you off, and we're going to go to the 1 ton apiece hinges. Holy Jesus. We could just fly on these. They probably got, you know, the surface lift that we need. Which way would they attach? To hold the damn thing, so... like that, actually. On both sides with the things that you do. Go. 2. 1. Alright. Very nice, sturdy, stable interior, I suppose. And then you guys, your angle down to flat. Yeah, you're merging through each other in a just beautiful way. It really is quite... no snapping. And then... yeah, well, there actually is still clearance. It's a very skinny looking truck. I'm gonna try and pull them out. Okay. And then can I still have you? That's not you. Still have you. That's still not you. That's still not you. That's you. Alright, we are still grabbing them very much from the front piece, and then there's this piece, and then the other piece. I would be willing to rigid attach, or not rigid attach, auto strut this to the parent part. Not an option. Okay, what's the... so the grandparent part would be these things. Alright, well then I'm not willing to do it. Fuck you. I would be willing to strut these to the grandparent part, which would be these wings. So this is one solid thing. Maybe that to there will hold this to, I don't know. But let's just try that, see if we can't get this to fly. Another dumb question. Could it be what the hinges are attached to? The wings looked like they were moving as one unit, just not with the movement of the craft. Well, they're attached to the... that looks flat now. That looks perfectly flat with the I-beam that is the center of the craft. We might have something now. It's going to be down to like the weight and can we generate enough lift and everything. But this might be it. Let's try SAS, throttle to half, go. We've got an extra 2 tons to drag it. It's 1.6 tons-ish. 0.6, 1.7 tons. Try and pull up. So I'll try pulling up at 60. 60 meters per second. No, sir. Okay, and those are kind of coming through. Try at 80. 80, pull up. No, sir. Get a little bit more throttle. You're up to 100. Try that. And we're up at 100. Oh my god. They're bird wings, is what they are. But we are stable. Momentarily. Better hinges. A lot more weight. Better hinges. Let's go to full throttle, full thrust. And switch over to control point forward. Don't touch anything. Should I leave? I'm going to SAS off. And I'm going to trim. Oh, shoot. No, 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 nope, 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 no, we got it. We're good, though. We're fine. Perfect water landing, as always. Thank you, Bill, for that. So, the hinges are a bit of the problem. Like a small, minor, massive part of the issue. Are the hinges and the wings just being able to kind of bend and flop. A bigger vertical stabilizer. Perfectly stable A+ test flight. I mean, it's the first one he's survived in quite a while. Back to the spaceplane hangar. They do get a bit floppy, is the thing. Oh, wait! There's a setting that locks them out that we haven't been actually using. So if I lock them in this position, that might help. It might not, but it very well might help. And also control point forward and save the fucking craft like that so I don't have to keep doing it. But let's try it with that. I forgot that there is I remember from the animation that you move them and then like lock kind of a thing. So we'll see if locking in place keeps them from being like, yeah, sure, I'm just free floating. Alright, so SAS on, throttle to 2/3. Seems like a good place. Know now that we need about 100 meters per second worth of speed to get this thing up and off the ground. Okay. Looking good. Some aggressive high G turns might help. We'll pull up. We're up. And the wings are no longer flapping in the breeze like they were before. Wow, but does this thing just want to nose down if I don't continuously pull it up? Like, I'm just going to set SAS. Yeah. Very aggressive. Look at how much pitch we need on the SAS to maintain this. SAS off. Trim it to about that point and pull us back up. If it can't fly without SAS, then it's not a worthy vessel, as far as I'm concerned. We got her flying. And now roll and turn. Yeah, it was a matter of locking down the hinges, which now makes me wonder if we could have gotten away with the first hinges if I would have locked them down and then get back out of this. We need an extra 2 tons worth of weight to make this system work thing that's happening. Maybe add a slight tilt to your engine to push your nose up. Well, you know, this definitely isn't the final aerodynamic property, elevon positions or anything like that, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, we can try and come up with good solutions for making it fly better without stability assist at another time. Throttle down, and pitch up quite a bit more as we decrease in speed. we're going to fall more quickly. Nose down for landing. Little floppy in the air, I'd say. Slightly floppy. And then just gotta. Right, you're missing there's a runway here though. It's your fault, not mine. Definitely. Okay, straighten her out, level her, get her down, kill the engine. And just as we run out of runway, we have a touchdown. Brakes on. Pulling up the whole way. Got a little bit extra drag. Now, hold down, put extra torque on the brakes. And we have managed to fly and land. And you're going to need to stop before we hit that light ahead. Or else it's going to be hard to call this a landing. Okay, yep, just down the hill. Right, because for the parking. Sure. There we go. Fly and land the semi-truck. And then you're going, no, that's the traverse rate. You're going to 90. You're going to, well, I've locked it, haven't I? You've locked it, so if I set it to 90 and then I unlock it. And we're back in semi-truck mode. Brakes off. And we're driving backwards because of the pitch that I said earlier. That's fine. That's fine. Yes. So that's a concept proven. We found out what the, issue was previously. I think I could probably help with how bouncy these tires are and how much we have if I played with the something in there, right? Like spring and damper. Got down to that, and I was like spring strength, dampen the thing, reduce the springs, and then I did that on all the tires. That's an idea. But we're going to revert back to the spaceplane hangar. Even rolls over when drive. Fold it up and drive away. That's right. So, now I really feel compelled to test that could we go back to the not 2 tons if we just aren't stupid and forget that there's a locking mechanism. The G12L, holy shit. There is the holy shit version of this. Let's try with the little one we were using before. I know it's like, but we already, but we got to, I want to. It's not that we got, it's because it's my channel, so fuck, it's like, go home. It's my channel, I'm taking my toys. Pull you out a little bit. Yeah, don't, with the, alright. Snapping. And then we wanted this as low as we could possibly get it, where it was still like, yeah, that's technically attached to something, probably. And then I put you on here. Doesn't really matter where, because we're going to be adjusting them to our liking. And that is kind of my liking, but we know that that doesn't really work. You gotta have it up here, or else it doesn't look right when it goes to fold and things like that. Yeah. And then, oh, well, you're still, yep. Put them on the outside of that. And then grab you guys, and target angle down. And definitely in just penetrating the wheels. That's good. So, no. I want these on the inside, not the outside. They don't penetrate the wheels in a way that we can see through the wing anyway. They help to stop the, yeah, that's it. They stop the wheels is the thing. You didn't let me finish. They're brake helpers. Back to a 90-ish. So that I can then pull on these guys out to a point where we have like a reasonable width. And that's what I'll call a reasonable width. And then once again, I'm gonna grab you, target angle back down to 180. Are the wings actually attached to that, or just kind of attached to that? No, they're, yep, we're good. Okay. So let's put this out on the pad, and this time locked. Save that, launch it. Hello, Captain Happy Plants. Happy Plants? You gotta sing to them, or else how could they grow? Hello, Captain Happy Pants. What are we doing? We're trying to build a flying pickup truck that transforms into the plane from pickup truck, or no, from lorry, from 18-wheeler big rig mode. But big rig for a Kerbal, so you know any of us could just like walk out there and lean our arm on the top of the thing and probably. SAS on, throttle 2, we're a lot lighter now, that much. The fact that we're locked, it does look pretty dang stable, you know, in line with the core, anyway. I'm gonna get it up to about 60, and I'm gonna pull up, and we're up and away, with SAS, flying just fine. So even with these things, I think you can see a little bit of a jostle going on there. Yeah. We're a lot more stable if I twist into the wind and pull. Full throttle. We're not flipping over. So it was just a matter of not locking down the hinges. Alright. We've solved that issue. Now, SAS-less test. Give it some pitch, direct, trim the pitch. There we go. And now we are SAS-less flight. We'll go ahead and throttle down. Hooray for locks, indeed. And then we're going to try and come back around for another landing. Because it's just fun to fly, is the thing. Flying is fun. Yeah, I see the little warning indicator light coming up at me. Woohoo! Just going to kill the engine there. And hope that I can maneuver us back over to the runway a little bit. Set us down. Oh my god, I can't believe that worked. Yep, and then just pull us to it so that we don't go off the edge of it. And lock up the brakes. And, well, we're coming to a stop. Might as well get ready. Set it to a 90. And boom. Ready to get out on the open road. Hey, we're still flying. I don't know if you can, the wheels don't touch the ground in Kerbal Space Program. It's a game about physics. This is good. I'm very happy. I'm very happy. And we know that we could actually get rid of these, and as long as we get up to like closer to 100 meters per second or something like that, then we could still get it off the pad, have to trim it a lot harder to fly it, but we could get rid of those front bits. We've got a flying semi-truck. Gotta fold those canards. Yeah, and I might just not have them at all, just for cleaner eye line. But we're not really into even the visual design part. We got it functioning, which is nice. But we're not really functioning. I mean, we are. But I'm going to angle limits. Wait, angle limit. No. What am I on here? You. Oh, unlock. And target angle. Back to 90. This was supposed to make it easier on me by clicking on that. It didn't. Because, in addition, we're going to have another little bit of wings that are going to fold out off of these wings in order to create the top. So, how stable is that going to be, you know? We might have to go back to the larger hinges again. Although now we know there's a middle hinge. I went right past the middle hinge from the smallest to the largest last time. But, what are you looking for? I'm looking for a thin strip of wing. Thin, long rectangle of wing. Or we could use these control surfaces, like I was saying earlier, because they look real nice. And then, like, lock them out from actually being used, I suppose, would be the idea. If I just come back off of that and drop you in. But there's not going to be another one that's, like, of an appropriate size or anything like that. Let's look for something that isn't going to make it harder to build. It's like the thin, long SOBs. Don't tell me it's something that was, like, always in is it Ven's pack, mod pack that I used to put in there? And there were longer, skinnier wings. Because they need to they need to meet in the middle, you know? Those could meet in the middle. They would overlap significantly. Alright, well, we found our things. Apparently it's gonna be those. I really want it to go all the way back, though. So if it were going to go all the way back, can I build these off of these? And it looks like the answer is yeah. Just, what direction do you want, hon? There you go. Get that good texture tearing going. We all love that. And then to negate the texture tearing, just pull it up by 1 pixel. It'll probably texture tear in, you know, usage kind of a thing. But that gets that done. And then we need another place for you. Or could have these on the inside. Huh? Like 2 of them. At the edge of the wings. The problem is there enough room for them to not... Nah, not quite. Could angle them out a little bit to make it happen. Just leave them unfolded and use them as winglets. And then we don't need these. And then we don't need these. Right? I mean... But they're designed to be used a different way, so no, that's not going to work. Damn. But yeah, there's no reason to that's good. I like that, Jermacian. Yeah, we will. I feel like this is the first piece that really should be strutted. And of course the struts are under structural, obviously, and I was just I wanted you to guess. I've got you strutted to the wing. And I care about every single, like, connection, like the struts and everything, how they look. I genuinely do. I was gonna say, I'm not going to make you watch me tweak struts and things, especially on an early build where we're probably going to do it differently in a couple of seconds. And then I started doing it anyway. So how'd that work out for all of us? We'll come back to that. But I like this idea of the yaw control being part of it. That's just, you know, it's here and then it folds out as well. You still need rudders, but the winglets idea is great, isn't it, though? I just don't want them actually, like, yeah, merging into one another when they fold up. I guess I can suffer a little bit of it because it's so close. And then we don't need any additional, like, unfolding crap. And we're like 1,000% closer to what I wanted to get to. Right here, right now. Could angle the roof up into more of a triangle shape to make more room for a rudder? I don't hate the idea of angling this up so that it's flat on the top and then has that angle on the interior. Oh! Now that is a box truck. Yes, sir. And then, yeah, I could angle these out a touch as well. Oh my god. Just, and then everything starts slipping together. This is so good. Okay. Like, they're still penetrating a little bit, but... though. And have we still got these? Yeah, these are just for yaw. These are for pitch and roll. And then you are just for... Well, no, you're supposed to be just for pitch. We've got a little penetration happening on the exterior now. If I go to local... That's F on the keyboard, by the way, to switch whether or not you're pulling from this direction or the other one. Let's actually try giving it the angle that it would need to have true clearance. I don't like it. I don't like the angle it would need to have true clearance. Come on. Tuck that back in like that. Who's to say a space truck is square? Yeah, I know. I was thinking that too. Like, it looked pretty badass the other way, but this just, that's what it's supposed to look like. And the texture tearing is, you can't actually see it. I love it. Okay. It looks like the back is just open. We need a front on it and everything, but I want to fly it like this as well. You know, incremental. Test, build, test, build, test, build, test. Make sure that you're not losing something that works. Make them the end of the winglets and give them a little more authority should work great, and they can be hidden better. End of the winglets. Oh yeah. They wouldn't really, then they reach over, but they reach over like these do. It's an idea. Yeah, that's looking like what we want it to. It's getting a little bit heavy in the rear. But that's looking like what I wanted it to. Alright, so brakes on. We need to deploy. And you. Are we locked? No. Let's lock it. And then we'll hit the... That's damping. Okay, don't... Whatever I did, undo it. Thank you. Damping 100%. Alright, never mind. Go to it. And then lock. I mean, if it worked, I'd love it. Oh yeah, and then you guys are like that, and they would need to be down a little bit more anyway to have like the clearance that they don't look weird. I think that is a good idea to put these on the end of those, yeah. But so let's see if she still flies. SAS on, throttle to half. Brakes off. And at 60 meters per second, I'm pulling up. We're off the pad. Very front heavy. Lots of things. Oh, these needed to be none. No, don't do anything. Thank you. You're still moving. Why are you? Oh, is it? Yeah, because they're not all the same piece. And now, there we go. Got to do that in the pad. But we still fly. I'm loving it. I am loving it. And incidentally, this is a craft that has a wet mode on the engine. We want to go real fast. Just buzz the VAB. Gotta buzz it. Yeah! There's a buzz for you. That's what we call a buzz Lightyear. All right, that's enough. We're wasting a lot of time having fun. Space plane here. Wouldn't want to have fun while we're playing our game. Back into the wing's still a bit wobbly. Might want to center the hinge. My question is, would that help? Because of how Kerbal Space Program models physics. Would it have any effect on this wing if this were further? I'm not 1,000%. Well, but yeah, these on the back of these. Let's get rid of those because they're all wonky now. Sort by mass. Lightest weight elevon. Okay, because they're at an angle, these are going to be at an angle as well. Understood. We can just fix that ourselves. So that they're flat for the aesthetic. No, with the snapping though that you did, which is maybe okay because it might actually look all right. I'm gonna try and get these like right on each other. No gap. And then those being a bit longer than the others. Do you want to try, like, merging them in? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do. And then I'm even willing to mess with the aerodynamic profile of it a bit by maybe doing that when it's closed up in its closed position. Yeah, I might just be willing to do all of that. All those things. Can't attach a part to two things. Dock of Myrrh. Separate out the wing pieces each with their own hinge. Oh, yeah. Yeah, could do. If it flies, it flies. As far as, like, where I am right now, I don't care if it's a little floppy and sloppy. That's just how we do it in the road down here at Spoil Sport Motors. But, yeah. I would want there to be like some nudity would be nice. I did replace this with this because I thought he'd be able to get out if I didn't do it that way, but he wasn't able to get out. So if we went back to that model, everything was very, you know, give it a second, it'll come together when we started building this. And it has. What's attached to what here? You're all built off of the port there. Okay, let me just open this thing up so that we can deal with it. Target angle, boom. Ah! It's going to change the center of mass a bit. But if we can't get in and out of this craft anyway, I would really like us to be able to get in and out of this craft. That looks a lot better. But it's still not quite what I had hoped for, having like a front to the thing. Like how the hatch opens straight into the air and try the Mark II lander can in the secondary configuration for a different look. The Mark II. So there's the Mark I, and the Mark II will add some weight, won't it? Oh, Oh, but you're right. Oh, you're so right. So maybe we'll even try without that. You're so right, though. With whatever it is that you're saying. And the rightness? Really? Oh, I must be attaching to the... Oh, yes. And then you take off the sides. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. No, I hate where the air intake is. If I then went back to the other air intake... Where the fuck are the things and the stuff? And you're still sorting by mass? Good. Where's the intake? That one. That one. Do they exit from the top in this? They exit from the back, don't they? They still exit from the back. Or is it the top? There's like a ladder inside. In the model of the interior of this, there's like a ladder that goes up to that, but I'm not sure which direction they come out of. Even if that's like that, I'm wishing that this were here, you know? Like up there. Kind of a deal. Radial air intakes on the sides. I'd need 2 attachment points if I were going to make a thing that... Yeah, but that could block the whole kind of visual and do the thing, couldn't it? I want you guys to open back up for me. So that I can kind of see what I'm thinking here and how much god-awful part merging would have to go on. Structural. So if I had 2 octagonal struts that built off of like the side of this. Yeah, center to that piece. Sure that there's some cool looking sleek intakes that don't stick out. So now if I can get in here and get a hold of y'all. Kind of crazy shit I'm trying to do over here. Just trying to, at this point I'm just trying to get like, is there a look in here that I actually prefer, that I think is cool? And not yet. This was something that we were trying earlier for the visuals of it. Like merging a couple of these together. Try and get the cool over top deal. Those are too big. Alright. Why you gotta be all, you know, technically correct? So pull you off, because I don't even know where those were gonna be anymore. So we can have the circular ones that are there. We got the radials. Oh, right, the big radials. Could they actually be mounted to the wings and come down with them or something? It's going to put more weight on a part that's already quite stressed. Just curious to see if there's any way to use these to block this hole, you know? To be the wall. Be the wall. If it was just one. Depending on what part I'm attached to, it has to flip to a completely different location. That actually could fit in there pretty nicely. I don't want to block the docking port. Search for intake and see just those parts. Search for intake? See what we got to work with? Alright, there's the small as well. I mean, it's... For me, it's mainly about trying to find something that gives us a look at this point. And I think there's a lot of potential with these guys. Let me open you back up again. I mean, just one centered on top would do the job of the intake and will give us a little bit more of that, that truck feel. That big rig trucker feel. You even put it all the way right up there. Make it aggressive. Make that penis something you don't want insert. What? I said make that penis something you don't want inserted. Quit interrupting. Like right down into the cockpit there. It's just AC, air conditioning, right up in your face. Could use the long stick thing intake to mimic an exhaust pipe. Oh yeah, the ramp intakes. I mean, they're huge. Everything's, they're not huge. Everything's incredibly small on this craft so far. It's sleek in that mode. What does it look like when we fold things back up? I don't hate it. I kind of wanted there to be a, a blocking face there, but if there is, it's just a ridiculous amount of drag that we add to it. Couldn't be attached to the wings, obviously. Tweak scale to resize them? Nope. No parts that change any kind of gameplay in that way. Just, different models I'm okay with, apparently. What is changing when I click this? Oh, it's the thing on that. I thought I was getting different colors for the intakes or something. That's interesting. I think this is a little bit too up in your face. I like where it comes in there, but I think the look that I like in terms of front profile, I don't know if I like it at all now. The more that I look at it, the more I question whether or not it's something that I'm into. Ooh, now that start just giving it a little bit extra height, giving that extra depth and profile to it. Maybe. This is going to mess with the drag that it creates. But if I gave it a bit of an angle, I mean, it's certainly in your face. Now I'm curious about, like, lights and things. Navigation light. Navigation light. Lights on. Do these actually cast any light? Is question number one. Yeah, like that. Doesn't look like it. Dome lights. Now those will cast some light, but they will block some of our windows. Spotlights. Ooh, no. Illuminators. More the huge. Hey. That, yeah. Straight back. Embed. Embed. It's a little bit better. Grab you guys and let's have the light color. Oh, wow. Completely different light color picking kind of a concept here. I just want them to have a bit of that orange, or that yellow, headlight yellow. Kids with your LEDs and whatnot. Usually a trucker would have, you know, some big-ass mirrors on either side as well. Into, like, the weird decorating part of things. Let's fold it back out, okay? Because the other thing that I would like to do is see what I can do about cleaning all of this up. You know, what we've done here is what we've done here, but it doesn't have to be done here, this way. This just got it done. We've got fuel flowing weirdly, just because it was working for a moment. I'm going to take you off. Yeah. Can I get down to just you? Rip you out. Rip you out. I love those fuel lines, the way that they look in this restock. Texture and model changer. Add some light strips one at a time and set them to RGB. I would love it if they were able to actually get out of the truck. Wouldn't that be just tits? I don't know if they will be even if I move this, but I am going to try and move this, I think. You out of here, and then, like, what necessity is that? Why is that still there? I swear I've pulled that off a couple of times now. This gave you a mounting point. I'm getting rid of all of that mounting stuff, and we're gonna put something in that makes more sense. If I recall correctly, under structural, isn't there... Yeah, radial attachment point. And so, what I'd want would be to be able to attach the radial attachment point, and that would mean, like, let's do that as attached to... I just want to reduce the weight as well. It doesn't need to be any heavier than it needs to be. I'm not a huge fan of... Okay. Of attaching something this big to something that small. You know what you could do? Grip pad. Structural panel. You said you wanted something that would cover things. We've got the structural panel. And then you just attach to the structural panel. Dead metal. Still looks like the structural panel should have some kind of something, doesn't it? And then where's my... Well, fuck it, I'll just get a new one. My electricity, which we don't need that much of. Reduce the weight again. What are you attaching to there? Ah, to this. Get rid of that. Why not use the Mark 1 structure tube? It can be radially attached to the beam. Or yeah, the engine nacelle would work great too. Let's see. Structural tube. Yeah, that's a really short one, isn't it? Or there is a really short one. Structural tube, T18. And then they only get bigger from there. The T12 structural tube. How does this look with the direction that I've been heading in? Because now we're into, you know, visual. It doesn't look bad. It fills the space nicely, still leaves a little bit of a gap. The structural tube would be less drag, though. So maybe it's just worth it there. Pop you back open. Chew out of here. Pull you off. You've got the electric thing there. Oh, it doesn't attach radially. The structural tube. The engine nacelle. But that's excessive weight, I think. I do like the square to fill the space. Sorry, my mind is on wings now. Yeah, now that I see this doesn't attach, and then I'd have to attach it via something else, I think there's not a bad place to be. And get rid of you. Get rid of you. And then we've got the engine here. Get rid of you. And I wanted these to be separate. And actually, hold on, what? Actually, doesn't it make so much more sense if you were to take this and attach it like that? Because if this were something that you would ever, like, throw away... Yeah, fucking, and then it. If it were ever something that you would throw away, then it would be, you know, something along those lines. Oh, except for you've got that electric bit in there, which is why you're standing so proud. Get rid of that, because this one will have it as well. Has the extra electricity. To the top. Just drop you on there somehow, and then I'll use snapping in order to find the dead center of that. And that's the dead center of that. And then this isn't necessary. It did fill the space nicely. What if... Put it back. Drag it back. Give me another one. No, give me a one. Give me another one. And we created like an area where they could step out. When they exit the ship. And the odds that just ends up being the next thing that it's like, it's blocking! Pretty likely, I'd say. And in fact, then this would want to be more... What are you attached to? You're attached there. Okay, well I would rather you be... Can I do it like this? And then attach you. Aha! And then grab you. And do like so. It doesn't even need to be there, but I don't know. We're just working. Like the floor look. Yeah. Not sure if this really... Fuck this. But then this could not impact our... What the hell is that? 10-meter heat shield. I mean, that's good. This could not impact our aerodynamics quite as much if we were to put on a simple, straightforward nose cone on that, on our interior. And then the engine mounting, which I would want it to be separate because the idea is that you could, like, jettison this. Let's just make sure that everything still closes up fine. So... Oh. Ah, tell me it, like I can do a little bit of merging to make sure that that works. Ah. That's nice, is what that is. Can I please get a hold of the thing? You no, with the just two, and then grab it, and then have I got the right thing? Maybe. No snapping. And then just that touch of down. It is running into these wholly unnecessary things here now. What do you look like when I just pull those away and throw them out? I don't hate it, and it's becoming, like, more aerodynamic as we go. It's looking cleaner. There's space for things to happen. There are all these extra parts. Wow, I feel like we're actually there to an extent. We just got to get, you know, an engine back in here. So, back to open. Oh, that's fucking awesome. And think of all the different things you could put in here. Like, we don't need this fuel canister. We could actually hide the fuel on this craft. I think you put those floor pieces along the whole thing. Okay. All right. I'm up for that. But we could hide our actual fuel that we're using in these smaller fuel tanks. And then be able to genuinely, like, carry something that is mounted in the truck like that. In fact, it could be a bomber, and we just gotta fly upside down, and then, whoo! We could bring our own liquid fuel, you know, and turn these into more side canisters kind of a deal. Damn, I really, you know what you should do, Vaughn? What? You should just, like, get that, pin it, and find a spot on screen where you're just gonna leave it. Because you're pulling this up and down and up and down and up and down. So just have it convenient. So, like, show me the center of mass and center of lip. Well, yeah. I'm gonna need you to come up so that I can swing the camera under you a little bit. And then decide where I'd want these things. You know, one on either side. Starting to get, you know, truckish. The further back that we can put them, the better they'll be. Will they? Does it matter? A little bit. It matters a little bit, is how it matters. Could I... And the wings are going to run into them, you know. Just a touch. Really not that much. And then since this is starting to be the aesthetic time, do a little merging. Who's got a problem with a little merging? Think you like them back there, or further forward? And what are we attached to that you're letting me drag it all that distance? I thought it was to these. And it is. That's weird and wrong. Let me attach them directly to this. And then make sure that they're actually kind of half almost attached to those. There you go. And then aerodynamics again. Very small nose cone. Do you fit a regular nose cone? Do you fit the small nose? You fit the small nose cone. Getting a little extra spacey, but I like it. A pair of fuel tanks there that actually store our fuel. And then our fuel tanks need to be run to our engine, however we're going to mount that. So pop this open. Fuel tanks are completely clear. Oh, this is looking so clean now. Remember where we started just 4 hours ago? And now we have a vessel that's all of 43 parts. 4 hours, 43 parts. That's me, Ronan Paul. You need to narrate movies, dude. Love you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. No. Center of what? Mass again? It's so weird that this thing flies. We did have, though, control surfaces up here. We did have, what are you guys called again? Elevons? Elevons up here. So, it helps when we have them, but it's shocking that this thing was flying. The engine is also going to be back there, which is going to draw the center of mass back. Yes, that's it, Paul. Okay. Yeah, we were only ever carrying 200. Let's go up to a full load. So the engine mounting. Did I leave the engine lying around somewhere in this place? Doesn't look like it. It's fine. How do we mount the engine? We want to mount the engine. Let's look at structural again. The radial attachment point. The radial attachment point needs something to attach to. Well, I was going to do this up there. Maybe this is the place for it. So just one, please. And then snapping on you back here. And then we have the radial attachment point, which radially attaches to the radial. Sorry? That's not right. Well, that's because you're ripping things off of it. That's because this is a surface mount part and you're trying to put it in another way. And that actually already has like a point for the radial attachment, so you don't really need this. I need something to lift it up for it to be elevated like that, and that makes it look like it ought to be. And I don't think that that's right. I don't like that. Electro Llama. Raiding with a party of Electro Llama. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Just trying to figure out how we want to mount this this engine, and then we've got ourselves a flying semi-truck, which was the goal. Which is shocking. He will have actually, you know, gotten to the goal of the day. Like, I can just, like, slap you down there, wherever, and then rotate it. And then we do need to be along, like, with the center of mass. Okay, now I'm not necessarily hitting that if that's going to be the, like, a much lower point for the engine to mount, because that is lots of weld point opportunities there that make me feel comfortable with that. But that's only if that's going to actually be our new center of mass for this thing. So then our engine was the Panther. And with the center of thrust on that thing, we're a bit above the center of mass still. Actually. And did I lose my... You did. Why did I lose? Did I, like, unpin it, or... Fold you back up. Come on. I don't hate it, is the thing. It could be... We can make it lower. Nope. Nope. Looking for the radial attachment point. There it is. And then bring you down. Having it a little high, not bad, especially if we add extra weight in there occasionally, for some reason. Oh, Electrolama. No, I'm here too. Oh, people followed over. Eve kicked my butt. Eve? Yeah, she'll do that, won't she? She's kind of a heavy girl. She'll throw you right around the room. Doesn't matter what weight you are. Eve kicks everyone's butt. Eve hates everything. Eve hates everyone. What is it? That's a... They might be Giants reference. What is it? Something eats everything, right? It eats everything. 6, 1 doesn't do this other thing, and 2 did another thing. 3 doesn't do and the other thing, but 9 eats everyone, or something like that. Can you tuck the engine in farther so it doesn't stick out when folded up? I could with what we're doing right now. Why are you speaking? Because it's fun to me. Alright, find out what it looks like. I just like having like an incredible amount of space in here. But if I tuck that all the way in... Alright, well now we're actually seeing some of the I-beam penetrate through, which I'm not super keen on. Could do it to about there without having the I-beam. And then fold her back up to a 90. It's hidden a little bit more. Get the aerodynamic back up. And then target angle. I mean, as far as we know, it used to fly until we made it look good. Now that it looks good, who the hell has any idea what it's going to do? Give me another one of these. Oh, can I not? Oh, but can I not? You don't have attachment points either side? You shit. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Because I would, and then... The docking ports have attachments either side. I mean, I can just force it, but is there another part that would be more fit to that then? You know, the octagonal strut. So what if... Alright. I'm going to use the octagonal strut, but because it's like, it's a little bit... weak sauce or just lightweight. So I'll use the octagonal strut as a thing off of which to mount it so that I can get the right effect, but we'll be operating on the assumption that it's actually mounted to... Did you lose your attachment point? Like sometimes this game... Oh no, right, it's still one of these parts. So you, surface mount. Are we dead center? That's the engine. Give me the whole thing. There we go. That's what I wanted to move. Alright, so that gets you there, and then I can put that there. Oh, and it looks so good. And then I will position this where I feel like I like it. I mean, that's pretty dead in line with the center of mass there, anyway. And checking again on what we can see back here, because it would be cool to just hide this thing completely. Ah! Now we're a little bit higher. Or maybe not. I don't know. No, it's the same place, basically. Okay. Okay. It doesn't really have to be that engine either. Makes me want to consider like a pair of Junos so that you're not blocking any of the cargo room. You know? like double Juno engines off of either side. That's a different design for a different day, Pawn. We've been here a while. We wanna see you successful and call you successful. We're gonna have to see about all of this though, because it seems very wrong. It seems like the centers of everything have gone quite off of what we used to have them at. We're now carrying unnecessary weight. Oh, that's the other thing, Pawn, is that you need to handle the fuel delivery. Because we have no fuel delivery right now. We need to get it to something. We mounted everything off of that cubic octagonal in here. I pulled you off. Yeah, I might be able to run a line direct. Probably not, though. So that's under fuel. There's fuel tanks. You guys. And so the idea would actually be 2 of them. What are you attached to, actually? What's your fuel delivery? Just to yourselves. Yeah. That's what I thought. So, if we've got a pair... fuel lines... I didn't think this would be a hell of a run if you can get to it. We want to run it to. We'll run it in stages. So the nose cone. I'll figure it out later. So there to these. And then 1 up from that to that. How are you gonna get that to that? Okay, well, good point and all. Maybe reopen the truck. That's not at all what you need to do. It's 180, it needs to not be locked, and then target angle of 180. Grab my fuel again. And it's like, from you, really it'd be better if it did something like that. I don't know if it can, with the angles that we can get. But if I came off of this, and went up to kind of anything here. Nope. Alright, and then the idea would be, can we get the fuel ducted from here all the way back to you? Oh, yes we can. And I was gonna say, I don't even care if that's doing weird clipping things, but it's not even doing weird clipping things, which is nice. I mean, now I'm kind of into the art design, you know, part of things, and it's not a good thing for you know, the entertainment value of the stream. But we're gonna put it out on the pad in just a second here. I just want to, like, see if it can't make things look kind of nice. Yeah, maybe like that, and then up and out. See, I want it to be higher, but how much higher can I have it on this side? Can I have it up to there? Gives you a better, cleaner line on that anyway. And then for the actual attachment point, well, it doesn't matter. I'll be real disappointed if attaching to the nose cone doesn't transmit the fuel. Alright, now that's good and strong and mechanical and lots of little bumps and things going on. So, fuel delivery overlay. Boom! We're making it into the engine, I think. Fuel delivery overlay. Yes. Okay. Wondering if a pair of small engines would look good too. Yeah. But I think I don't want to go off on a whole nother design here. We might end up having to do something like that. There's clean lines and everything too. Alright, let's and then you off of that, and then target angle to 90. Wow, I'm good at that. And then lock it. That's so good. It's so simple and clean. It took so long to get there, but it's so simple and clean. But we have like changed out this. What is the weight of this thing? Lot more weight at the front here, and that's the. Where is it? Mark II lander can 1.3 tons from the Mark I lander can. It just all looks so unfamiliar to me, of 0.5. So way more weight up front now, which is why we're seeing center of mass there and center of lift somewhere, well, somewhere, unlock it, way back there. Well, let's go and fly it. No remote controlled or manned command modules. Let's put it back. Let's with the and then so you go to fucking 90, and then you fucking lock, and then I drop that shit because you're in my way now, and then we go find somebody to pilot it. That's gonna be Bill. It's just gonna be Bell, and then we save it, and then we put it on the pad. Why is center of lift crooked? I've got some minor twists on some elevons and things for the visuals. They shouldn't affect anything that significantly. For like the top to be flat. Oh, you're penetrating a bit, aren't you? Son of a bitch. So we'd want to lower that a bit more, I guess. Alright, so step 1, brakes on. Step 2, you come in here, you unlock the alligator hinge. You set its target angle to 180. It pops open. You go back to them there hinges. You tell them to lock out. And then SAS on. Throttle to... We're probably going to need a lot more than usual. F12 for the aerodynamics because it's massively changed. Let's go. And we got lights up front now. Oh, hello. Just trying to straighten you out a bit. You guys are supposed to be for yaw. Oh, which also means I need you control point forward. 100 meters per second. Pulling up. Not enough. Going full throttle. Off the end of the runway. Pulling up as hard as I possibly can. And we're up. And we're up. Flying semi-truck makes me happy. With the SAS, the pitch is a lot. If I pull up as hard as I possibly can, there's not a lot more there. Let's go ahead and go wet on the engine. Oh, I don't have that locked anymore because we swapped out the engine. Let's go wet on the engine. Make a little bit more height and speed. Actually, if I go to map mode, isn't there a mode where I can actually affect the action groups in flight? Yes. So custom 1. How do I then select the... I don't have to be there to do it. Alright. Action groups, custom 1, U, toggle mode. Switch mode. There we go. Switch mode's the greatest. Flip mode. Flip mode's great. Alright. Let's turn that off. SAS off. And start trimming. Keep trimming. Wow, that's a lot of trim. It flies like a truck for some reason. It flies a bit like a truck. You guys got unlocked as well, and everything got fucked. None of you are supposed to contribute to any of this. And there we go. Yep, you guys still got yaw for me. Because we're doing rotation and roll, or pitch and roll. Okay. And then I've actually over-trimmed us a touch. Nice. Nice. Let's turn her back. Full crank on the thing. And yeah, it does drive like a truck. It's slow, doesn't have a great turning radius, but it flies, and it feels like what it's supposed to be. This thing's more flexible than a teenage gymnast. It's a lot of wing flex. Not anymore. Now it's fine. Shut up. Turn this thing around. Jazz her up. Give me a chase cam. We're flying a plane. And we are carrying a ton of fuel. None of this is connected. That's just added weight. So, you know, we're flying. Yeah, I need to trim down again because we got so much speed. So we're flying no SAS, no stabilization, carrying whatever the load of that is. I'm gonna say 1.5 to 2.5 tons in this truck, and we're flying. I think engine gimbal needs to be locked. Oh, you think? You know? Let's go to dry mode. Gimbal free, gimbal locked. There you go. And Condor 70, I could just barely hear that under the sound of this friggin' engine. My God. All right, yeah. Lots of trim, and then throttle down entirely. Condor 70, Jesus, hell, the sound of that thing. Is it that loud for you guys? Should I be shouting? Thank you so much for the sub. 12 months, a year's worth of subscriptions, Condor 70. All right, give me a little bit of thrust, because we're not really gonna land this as much as impact the ground with it without some thrust. Oh my God, what a perfect landing. Jesus Christ, it's a perfect landing. I could have done that well if I had tried. Unlock? Nope. 90 on that. And just close her up. We're here. Got a delivery to make. Go ahead and shut down that engine so I don't gotta listen to it. Brakes off, and we'll just drive it in. Just drive her in. Yeah, a little bit of... Yeah, it's just the front wheels turning, right? Are you guys turning too? Steering enabled. I turned you off some time ago, so that'll make it a little bit easier to... Okay, maybe not that much easier. A lot of tweaking that could be done on this, but just delivered a load of fuel to the Space Center. That's what's happening here. So I'll just pull the truck around, the brakes. Yep. Call somebody out with a hand trolley.
Sir Pawn Doc of Absolute Fun. As always, I need to head to bed. Catch you next time.
Thank you for coming out, Doc of Maroon. Thank you for the going to bed cheer. I think we'll all be going to bed just momentarily, so you're not missing much. But I do want to... why are you locked? And why can't I unlock you? What is going on? Brakes on, brakes off. Am I in control of this vessel? Are we out of electric... We're out of electric charge. Okay, so there's a bit of an issue with this. It would want some electric charge is the deal. We can no longer open and close the bay. So maybe a larger, the bigger battery that I had before, which was 1,000, or some ability to generate electricity might be useful as well. But I'm quite happy with this. A flying semi-truck that is Kerbal sized. Can we get out? We can get out. We did get out. And we're back here. And now you just let go. Here you go. And now you're stuck here forever. Is the thing. You grab that, and then maybe we'll climb you to the top and, like, can you get over? No. Hit. No, that's all right. That's not going to be good when you try and get up and then you're inside of things. Let's just try and wedge them out. There you go. Yeah. Just like any good Kerbal. And is the truck big enough for you to walk directly underneath it? That's the driver, ladies and gentlemen. So you might say, looks like a bit of a small pickup truck to me until you see the guy steering it walk underneath it without bumping his head. Remove your helmet, Bill. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. I want like a shot that's more like, yeah. Yeah. Get you just fill the frame with that. And it managed to have my logo in just the right place and everything. I wanna like tweak that the next time that we do a build mode. But I think I'm satisfied with that for today. A flying semi-truck that we can very well land. Doesn't need SAS to fly it, although it is a lot of trim that's required. I think there's a lot of fun tweaking that can be done on that, but I've hit my goal for the day with that. And I think we've got a beautiful looking design too. Clean, uncluttered, gets the job done, looks great. You see the underbody and it looks complicated and... Okay, let's just take a step away from Bill Kerman there. That's beautiful. Not a lot of electric resources on it. I'm just going to leave you there, actually. I'll recover Bill, is what I'll do. No, I won't. You're staying out here with the truck. Maybe that's why you realized I was going to do that before I did. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Are you sure you want to exit? Your game will be saved. Yeah, so then do it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for coming out and watching the construction of our sub-orbital, what is it? It's 18-wheeler big rig. It is suborbital because it does not go to orbit. It doesn't break atmosphere either, but it's suborbital, as am I and you right now. Gotta head to bed as well. Thanks for the stream. Thank you everybody for coming out. I will hopefully see you. Oh my God, what did I press there? Hopefully see you back here the next stream, which will be this Tuesday at, again, 8 p.m. Eastern, U.S. Eastern Time. And that will be back to our Kerbal Space Program career mode that we just started up. We've only had 2 days worth of gameplay. We've been to the moon, stranded Valentina Kerman on the moon, and then saved Valentina Kerman from the moon. What more can you ask in Kerbal? You could ask for the outro music to start at the right time. do I have to like do the hut early anymore because I synced my sound with the lips and the, I don't know, maybe, probably. So yeah, this Tuesday, back with more KSP, and then the Thursday after that, back with Big Change Up, more KSP, and then Sunday, next Sunday, KSP, just to spice things up. Thanks for sticking with me across a long and arduous build to end with something that I think has a parts count less than 50, but that is just... We'll be back here on Tuesday for more career mode. Have a good night. Pawn out. Bye.